Come hang out with me sometime. I'm okay.
It's me, Mario!
Hello, my fellow peeps, and welcome to the 6th season of the Rant House Show. I can't wait for you guys to show how fucking pissed off I'm gonna get when I rant on shit that I'd be better off ignoring afterwards. Well, if any of you have different opinions on what I'm going to rant that you like or don't give a shit about nowadays, well, except for this episode, your opinions are tolerated. Anyways, let's start the show on the wrong foot, goddammit!
Lethal Enforcers.
September 10th is one of the worst days of 2025. Why? Because some heartless person had the audacity to hunt down Charlie Kirk. What the fuck, man? What did Charlie Kirk ever do to deserve all that? How could have this shit happened? Well, we're gonna have to get this shit over with, or into it. Ugh. Alright. It all started on September 10th, 2025, at the campus of Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. The outdoor event was the first stop of the season for his American Comeback Tour, a speaking and debate series planned by Turning Point USA, a conservative organization that Charlie Kirk and Bill Montgomery co-founded. While engaging with an audience member about mass shootings in the United States, Kirk was shot in the neck by a gunman positioned on the roof of a building approximately 142 yards away. He was pronounced dead at a nearby hospital after undergoing emergency surgery. So Charlie Kirk was immediately dead and on the process? What? This is so not fucking fair! On September 12th, authorities arrested 22-year-old Tyler James Robinson after his family notified them. 4 days later, the prosecutors charged Tyler James Robinson with murder and announced they would seek the death penalty, alleging the attack was politically motivated. I know that the fact from God is thou shalt not kill, which is taken from one of the 10 commandments. I don't know if I'd say he would be sentencing to death penalty or life in prison. Other than that, killing is never the answer. The killing was highlighted as an instance of increasing political violence within the United States and was condemned by national and foreign leaders. Video footage of the shooting spread rapidly on social media, including shock sites. And reactions ranged from heartfelt messages expressing anguish about the political climate to sharply partisan commentary. U.S. President Donald Trump, members of the Republican Party, and other conservative figures immediately blamed members of the Democratic Party and left-wing or liberal beliefs before a suspect was in custody and called for a crackdown against groups on the left. U.S. government agencies and private organizations sought to compile a list of people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, which soon expanded to policing criticism of Kirk in general. This resulted in death threats, firings, university expulsions, and some case arrests. Well, wait a minute. What? Let's go back, peeps. Compile lists of people celebrating Kirk's death, which soon expanded to policing criticism of Charlie Kirk in general? Are you fucking shitting me? Can't you believe what I said from my fucking mouth? Celebrating Charlie Kirk's death? That's not fucking right! Doing that kind of wrongdoing is like celebrating the death of Jesus Christ and saying that he deserved to be crucified. Dude, that's not cool! Who the fuck wanted to celebrate the death of an innocent person? What is wrong with you guys celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk? And besides, Charlie Kirk was an American right-wing political activist, entrepreneur, and media personality. He co-founded the conservative organization Turning Point USA with Bill Montgomery in 2012 and was its executive director. He published a range of books and hosted the Charlie Kirk Show, a talk radio program. He had a lovely wife and 2 children, had a great job, and his net worth at the time of death is estimated to have been $12 million. And everything had to split apart because of the perpetrator whom had killed him, without showing any fucking remorse, man. On September 15th, the Trump administration threatened a widespread crackdown of liberal groups and donors, claiming without evidence that a network of liberal organizations promoted violence and would be dismantled. Trump stated that he was looking into labeling some terrorist organizations, and J.D. Vance promised to go after nonprofits such as the Open Society Foundations and the Ford Foundation that had provided financial support for liberal and progressive causes. The New York Times suggested that First Amendment rights would make it difficult for the Trump administration to do so. Critics widely condemned the moves and warned the administration was using the killing as a pretext to crack down on political opponents. The announcement came amidst the Trump administration's concurrent widespread crackdowns on political opponents and civil society. Fox News reports that Attorney General Pam Bondi has lost confidence in FBI Director Kash Patel due to his handling of the investigation and manhunt. A former federal prosecutor and legal analyst at the MSNBC said Kash Patel's actions could potentially hurt the accused right into a fair trial. Since Kirk's killing, the U.S. Department of Justice reportedly removed the 2024 study titled What NIJ Research Tells Us About Domestic Terrorism, which showed that white supremacist and far-right violence continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violent extremism in the United States, in contrast to Trump administration's claims. It was replaced by notice saying the Department of Justice Office of Justice Programs. The Department of Justice's Office of Justice Program is currently reviewing its websites and materials in accordance with recent executive orders and related guidance. During this review, some pages and publications will be unavailable. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. On September 11th, oh my god, 24 years after 9/11? Oh, don't get me started with that worst day of 2001. Okay, on September 11th, Kurt's casket, accompanied by United States Vice President J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, and Charlie's widow Erica Kirk, was transported on Air Force 2 from Salt Lake City, Utah to Phoenix, Arizona. A memorial service is planned for September 21st at the State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. And it sucks that the world is not going to be the same without Charlie Kirk. So in conclusion, days later after the shooting, multiple people, including teachers, firefighters, and members of the military and U.S. Secret Service, were fired from their jobs for social media posts that celebrated Charlie Kirk's killing or were seen as disparaging of his legacy, and many received death threats. Well, even though death threats are not necessary, but yeah, that's karma for doing such thing by celebrating the death of Kirk. Yeah, Charlie Kirk, when it doesn't deserve it like that. If Boris the Teeth Guy, aka Pencil Neck, or even those stupid fucking failed aborted rotten pieces of shit from hell, Brian and Emma, would ever say such thing, those cancel culturists are gonna have a taste of their own medicines. Consider themselves canceled. I really wish the assassination of Charlie Kirk never happened, because he never done anything wrong to get assassinated to fucking begin with. The assassinations on innocent people such as Charlie Kirk himself, it doesn't answer nothing. It is never the answer. It's already bad enough that it already happened, but having several people to insult him or celebrate his death, that's just crossing the fucking line right here. That's considered breaking the goddamn fourth wall. I am very sorry for the losses of Charlie's family. He may be gone, but he will always be remembered in our hearts for the rest of our lives. Alright, my fellow peeps, looks like we have the 21st installment of the Double Rant House shit. So the first segment one is Music, which is a 2021 American musical drama film directed by singer-songwriter Sia. The film was co-written by Sia and Dallas Clayton, and stars Kate Hudson, Leslie Odom Jr., and Maddie Ziegler. And the second segment is Furry Bentos, the food brand which is associated with tinned processed meat products, originally corned beef and later meat pies. The brand has been sold in the United Kingdom, other European countries, and Australia. Okay, so without further ado to our shit, let's get on with the shit. Alright. The fucking movie begins with newly sober alcoholic Kazu Zoo Gamble is left as the sole guardian of her teenage, nonverbal autistic half-sister, Music, following the death of their grandmother Millie, who raised Music. Zoo deals drugs with the help of her friend Rudy, but is unable to pay him back as she is unemployed. Wow, that's fucking fucked up. One morning, soon after Zoo begins to take care of her, Music has a meltdown when Zoo is unable to braid her hair. Her neighbor, Ebo, comes to help to calm Music down, and Zoo and Ebo form a friendship. Ebo tells Zoo that he is a boxer and teaches boxing to children, one of them being Felix, who dislikes boxing but is forced to do it by his father. Felix lives opposite Music and is often seen watching her. Zoo learns how to take care of Music with Ebo's help, but continues to deal drugs to fund her dream to move to Costa Rica. Are you serious? Selling drugs to everyone just to make it to some like some paradise? That's not how life works. So what the hell? After Ebo reveals that his ex-wife left him for his brother, Zoo promises to accompany him to their wedding. Rudy asks Zoo to deliver HIV medication to a buyer, later revealed to be Ebo. When Zoo and Music go for a walk, Zoo becomes distracted, and the Music is stung by a bee. Ouch. Music suffers an allergic reaction and is hospitalized. Zoo cannot afford the treatment and realizes that she has left her bag in the park, which contained drugs intended to be sold to a pop star. Oh, that's a big-ass mistake, leaving those types of unmentionables in a public place. That's one fatal mistake. And why would some person would want to take drugs before recording music or going on stage? That doesn't sound right. Distraught, Zoo suffers a relapse and begins drinking. While intoxicated, she gets into a fight with Ebo's neighbor, and the police are called. She admits to Ebo that she is on probation. The same night, Felix attempts to intervene during a physical altercation between his parents, and his father accidentally kills Felix. Oh, that's fucked up. Sometime later, Ebo attends his brother's wedding alone. Meanwhile, Zoo brings Music to an adoption center, but cannot bring herself to leave her there. They decided to join Ebo at the wedding, where Zoo and Ebo share a kiss on stage and prepare to sing as Ebo plays the piano. Music interrupts and begins to sing herself. Later, the three are together and happily preparing Music's breakfast. Music is given a new support dog, which Felix had arranged for her prior to his death. Throughout the film, musical fantasy dance sequences that take place inside Music's mind, showing how she views the world, are interspersed with the dialogue. Okay, why would someone's parents would name their children, one of their children, Music? Does that make any sense? No. Okay, so the film began developing following Sia's announcement of the project in 2015. Originally intended as a non-musical film, was subsequently reconceived as a musical with a larger budget and was filmed in mid-2017. A studio album by Sia was also released in connection with the film, including some of the 10 songs she wrote for it. Oh, don't even get me started with the critical response. On the review aggregator website Rotten Tomatoes, music has an approval rating of 7% based on 55 reviews, with an average of 3.5 out of 10. The website's critics' consensus reads, offensive in its depiction of autism, and painfully misguided in essentially every respect. Music is a vanity project that begs to be turned down. According to Metacritic, which is assigned in the film weighted an average score of 23 out of 100 based on 18 critics. Music received generally unfavorable reviews. Yeah, that is fucked up. Yeah, January 14th, 2021 was one of the worst days that ever released in Australia. And so does February 12th of that year. So yeah, the film was a box office failure, grossing $645,949 against its $16 million budget. Music received generally negative reviews from critics, with most criticism stemming from its depiction of autism. It was nominated for Best Motion Picture, Musical or Comedy, and Best Actress, Motion Picture, Comedy or Musical at the 78th Golden Globe Awards, but was also nominated for 4 Golden Raspberry Awards, winning Worst Actress for Hudson, Worst Supporting Actress for Ziegler, and Worst Director for Sia. Yeah, because as an autistic person, I find that fucking film offensive, and it's the worst film that I've ever fucking heard. Alright, Fray Bento's. The brand is known for the manufacture and sale in the United Kingdom of arranged tinned meat pies such as steak and kidney and minced beef and onion. Since 2011, the brand in the UK has been owned by Baxter's, who manufacture Fray Bento's products at their site at Foca Brews in Scotland, or Focha Brews, or whatever you want to pronounce. In addition to meat pies, the range includes tinned meat puddings and tinned meatballs, as well as microwavable meat-based pasta and rice dishes. The sales of Fray Bento's products, once a staple in the UK and some European countries, have declined in recent decades, and in 2011, it was reported that sales had been flat at around £30 million per year for the previous 10 years. Tinned meat products, including Fray Bento's, now have a down market image. According to the Financial Times, Fray Bento's products may engender sneers, but they also have a cult following in the UK. Baxter's describes as Fray Bento's as an iconic British brand. Campbell's Soup Company manufactures and sells steak and kidney pies in Australia under the Fray Bento's brand name. Well, let's review a little history on the Wikipedia page, like I always do. Alright, in 1865, the Biggs Extractive Meat Company was founded in Britain by German chemist Justus von Liebig. The company established a factory in Uruguay to manufacture a beef extract product that would later be sold under the name Oxo. In 1873, the factory began manufacturing tinned corned beef, which was sold in Britain under the name Fray Bento's, the town in Uruguay where the factory was located. Fray Bento's was trademarked by Liebig in 1881 for the purpose of marketing glue and extract of meat, although in practice, it was used principally for marketing corned beef. In fact, Fray Bento's became synonymous with corned beef. In 1924, the Big Extractive Meat Company, together with the Fray Bento's brand, was acquired by the Vestley Group, which named the Uruguayan operation Frigorifico Angelo de Uruguay, aka Angelo Meat Packing Company. Fray Bento's peak was during World War II as a supplier of meat to the Allies. Fray Bento shipped more than 16 million cans of corned beef to Europe in 1943 alone. British soldiers serving in North Africa during the Desert Campaign called it Desert Chicken. Desert Chicken? The Angelo factory in Furry Bentos, at its height, employed over 5,000 workers for more than 50 countries to process 400 cows an hour. Damn. As a result of the demand for Furry Bentos products at this time, the Uruguayan currency became more valuable than the US dollar. Yeah, sure. Okay, in 2011, the Premier Foods canning division, including Furry Bentos, was bought in Prince's Group, but following an Office of Fair Trading investigation, Prince's were required to immediately sell off Furry Bentos on competition grounds. It was brought by Baxter's, the current owners, who announced that production would transfer to its site at Folkevers in Scotland. The move was completed in 2013, and ever since Baxter's extended the Furry Bentos range to include deep fill pies, discontinued by 2022, and microwavable bowl products. As a result of the COVID-19 lockdowns in the United Kingdom, sales of canned goods experienced considerable growth, including Furry Bentos, which increased sales by 29% in 2020. Okay, so anyone in the United Kingdom would ask themselves, why are Furry Bentos pies so hard to open? According to Google, either AI or one of the fucking websites, most tins now have ring pulls. Tin opener can be a bit difficult as the lip is deeper than on, say, a baked bean tin, and it can be difficult to keep the tin opener cutting the whole way round and not end up just scratching the surface. Well, who the fuck cares about scratching the surface? I sure as hell don't. So according to Matthew Harris via the northernslive.news website, the steak and gravy pie is simply horrific. The pastry had a nice rise with plenty of puffy layers, but underneath lay just a most horrible abomination. And the minced beef and onion pie, not as offensive as the steak and gravy in terms of taste, but this is just tiny nuggets of blended beef swimming in gravy. Who on earth decided this was a good idea? And the cheese and onions. Alright, I am shaken to my core because I can truly say I just kind of like this one. Why am I not surprised? Yeah, and according to Bell Hill Mayor, it says, no joke. They taste so bad, and the smell when you open a can is horrendous. Glad I've never eaten them myself because of the bad reviews. Yeah, I sure feel your fucking pain, man. So in conclusion, Sia's first movie was an abomination. Words cannot describe how bad this movie was. And as for Furry Bentos, I recommend that you stay the hell away from it. If you wanted a better pie, other than Furry Bentos, have some chicken pot pie. That's the not dessert of a pie that I could think of at this point. Yeah, my fucking mental health is like draining on account of these two. Well. Looks like we have the 21st triple Rant House installment in this show, peeps. So, the first segment that we'll be putting up with is Mighty Number 9, an action platform video game developed by Concept in conjunction with Inti Crates and published by Deep Silver. The second segment is No Bathroom Breaks. What the fuck? You gotta be shitting me. That's not fair because those strict fucks don't even know how bad they're gonna go. It's an emergency when they have to take a piss or take a shit. And the third segment is the public toilets. Yeah, I was planning to do just that on the Season 6 premiere, but instead it had to be something else. Something that I wish that never happened. Finally, I can't wait to tell you how fucking disgusting and vomitoria most of them smell like. Alright, peeps. Let's get it on with this shit. And that's what she said. Let's get it on. Okay. How do I begin? Okay. The minimum Kickstarter goal for Mighty Number 9 was successfully funded after 2 days of the launch of the campaign in September 2013. However, several other features included additional stages, special modes, and ports to other platforms were announced after additional stretch goals related to it were achieved. increasing the total funds obtained to over 400% of the original goal. The game was originally scheduled to be released in April 2015, but it was delayed multiple times until it was eventually released on PlayStations 3 and 4, the Wii U, Windows PC, Xbox 360, and Xbox One in June 2016, with Linux and OS X ports released in August of that same year, with planned versions for the PlayStation Vita and Nintendo 3DS never surfacing. Okay, so the plot is like this. Mighty Number 9 centers around an android named Beck, the 9th unit in a set of advanced combat and utility robots called the Mighty Numbers. A computer virus unleashed by a mysterious hacker suddenly corrupts the programming of the 8 previous Mighty Numbers and hundreds of other machines across the world, causing them to turn on their human creators. The player, as Beck, must eliminate the other Mighty Numbers and uncover the identity of the villain who threatens the fate of the planet. Alongside Beck, his partner, Call. Who the fuck is Call? Well, what kind of name is that? Beck and Call. Doesn't that sound like a fucking Mega Man knockoff? The game begins with a sudden massive countrywide robot surprising. Mighty Number 9, Beck is one of the few robots unaffected. He is reluctantly tasked by the chief creator of the Mighty Numbers, Dr. White, to hunt down his siblings. Beck possesses a unique ability that allows him to assimilate the cells of other robots when they have sustained sufficient damage. By assimilating the cells of the Mighty Numbers, Beck is able to restore their original personalities. Assimilation also allows Beck to send data to Dr. White, who tries to find the cause of the robot's violent behavior. He also solicits the aid of White's bumbling colleague, Dr. Sanda, and his unaffected creation, Call. Gregory Graham, the president of Cherry Dynamics, the world's largest supplier of robots, also called Cherry Din, publicly denies responsibility for the current disaster and blames White's estranged mentor, Dr. Blackwell, despite the latter being in the maximum security prison. Wow. Talk about playing a victim card. Yeah, fucking Gregory Graham, the president of Cherry Dynamics, publicly denies the responsibility and blaming White. Well, talk about playing the fucking victim card. As Beck saves more of his siblings, White finds among the affected cells traces of code from his abandoned project. Trinity, a robot that can grow infinitely by assimilating other robots. As Trinity was funded by Sheridan, White decides to visit Granwell, Call, and Sanda go to Blackwell for a direct explanation. Okay, let me get this straight. So, Mighty Number 9 is focused on 2D platforming with a blend of 2D and 3D artwork and animation. Player's control named Beck, who is able to run, jump, and shoot projectiles at enemies he encounters. Furthermore, the player is able to acquire both weapons and abilities from enemies they defeat. The game features an intro level followed by the 8 main levels, which are freely chosen in any order by the player. At the end of each stage, Beck must face one of the other 8 mighty units in the boss battle. A final set of levels are unlocked at the end of the game, and leading up to the final showdown. An additional level starring Beck's partner Call is also available at some point. Wait a minute, what the fuck am I saying this? Yeah, this is a Mega Man ripoff! The PlayStation 4, Windows, and Xbox One versions of that game received mixed or average reviews, while the Wii U version received generally unfavorable reviews, according to review aggregator website Metacritic. After the game's launch, the Kickstarter backers reportedly received broken codes and mismatched rewards. Due to the game's multiple delays, mediocre reception, and the array of communication problems, many backers expressed their disappointment with the final game. Wow. Such a lame disappointment. This feels like an answer to why Capcom isn't making Mega Man games anymore. Hey, yeah, that's what some fucking critic said. Yeah. This no bathroom breaks bullshit is a complete joke. Not only a complete joke, that is a fucking violation to every single people's civil rights. What kind of a strict person forbidding everyone from taking a piss or taking a shit when this is an actual emergency? This AI overview from Google says, an employer cannot legally deny a necessary bathroom break, as federal and state regulations require employers to provide reasonable access to toilet facilities. While there are no specific federal laws detailing break schedules, OSHA's sanitation standards and interpretations state that restrictions must be reasonable and not cause extended delays. If your employer prohibits bathroom breaks or imposes unreasonable restrictions, you can report the issue confidentially to OSHA. Contact your union representative or speak with your HR department. Human Resources. No one at school or workplace that everyone goes to want to piss or shit their pants on a job. Like, what the fucking hell do you expect for employees to do when they're not allowed to go onto the toilet? Put on fucking diapers? Hell fucking no! That's way too embarrassing for a grown-up to deal with all this. Especially if you're constipated or have diarrhea. Or an upset stomach. If you're at school, you raised your hand to your teacher, you asked if you may go to the restroom, and then your teacher says no. Well, I hope you don't have a problem when they tell you no. But when you have the urge of an emergency that you were going to piss and shit your pants, that answer would be unfairly absurd. And besides, holding urine for a long-ass periods of time can have negative consequences. When urine remains in the bladder for too long, bacteria can multiply and cause an infection. This is especially true for individuals with weakened immune systems or a history of urinary tract infection. Holding urine for extended periods can put excessive pressure on a bladder, leading to stretching and damage. This can result in incontinence or difficulty emptying the bladder. We can call this bladder damage. Urine contains minerals that can form crystals over time. Holding urine for too long can increase the risk of these crystals accumulating and forming kidney stones. The muscles that support the bladder and urethra can weaken with prolonged urine retention, leading to pelvic floor dysfunction and urinary incontinence. In rare cases, holding in urine for an extremely long time can lead to more serious health issues such as bladder rupture or kidney failure. This is why going to the bathroom is just as important as your life, your job, and your fucking mental health. If all shit happens, especially that fucking bladders, you would end up going to the hospital, and you could say that it's your fault. Well, it's not really your fault. The fault is whoever's in charge of you. And when it comes to taking bathroom breaks, and you're in the fucking hospital, have to pay the medical bills by yourself, and it's all because of your bosses or former bosses who forbids you from going to the fucking restroom. Oh, and don't even forget about holding your poop for too long, because when you hold your poop, the colon absorbs more water, making it harder and more difficult to pass. This can lead to chronic constipation, characterized by infrequent and painful bowel movements. In severe cases, the stool can become trapped in the rectum, forming a hard, large mass that can be extremely painful and difficult to remove. Straining to push out hard stool can put pressure on the veins in the rectum, leading to swollen and inflamed hemorrhoids. And hard stool can tear the delicate skin around the anus, causing painful anal fissures. Holding poop for too long can also cause abdominal pain, bloating, and nausea. And some studies suggest that chronic constipation may increase the risk of developing colon cancer and other health problems. And in rare cases, holding poop for too long can lead to more serious health problems such as intestinal perforation or sepsis. It's all because that you're forbidden from using the fucking restroom. That's not fucking right. Like everyone said, when you gotta go, you gotta go. A public toilet, restroom, bathroom, or washroom is a room for small building with toilets or urinals, and sinks for use by the general public. The facilities are available to customers, travelers, employees of a business, school pupils, or prisoners. Public toilets are typically found in many different places: inner city locations, offices, factories, schools, universities, and other places of work and study. Similarly, Museums, cinemas, bars, restaurants, and entertainment venues usually provide public toilets. Railway stations, filling stations, and long-distance public transport vehicles such as trains, ferries, and planes usually provide toilets for general use. Portable toilets are often available at large outdoor events. Public toilets are commonly separated by sex or gender into male and female toilets, although some are unisex, gender neutral, especially for a smaller single-occupancy public toilets. Public toilets are sometimes accessible to people with disabilities. Depending on the culture, there may be varying degrees of separation between males and females and other levels of privacy. Typically, the entire room, or a stall or a cubicle containing the toilet is lockable. Urinals, if present a male toilet, are typically mounted on a wall with or without a divider between them. Local authorities or commercial businesses may provide public toilet facilities. Some are unattended while others are staffed by an attendant. In many cultures, it is customary to tip the attendant, especially if they provide a specific service, such as might be the case at upscale nightclubs or restaurants. Public toilets may be municipally owned or managed and enter directly from the street. Alternatively, they may be within building that, while privately owned, allows public access, such as a department store, or may be limited to a business customers, such as a restaurant. Some public toilets are free of charge, while others charge a fee. In the latter case, they are also called pay toilets and sometimes have a changing turnstile. In the most basic form, a public toilet may just be a street urinal known as a pissoir after the French term. The public toilets are known by many other names depending on the country. Examples are restroom, bathroom, men's room, women's room, powder room, washroom, and toilets, lavatories, water closet, ladies and gents. Well, why the fuck am I saying all this? The public restrooms are not all the pros of what you thought it would be, especially if you have the urge to go take a piss or take a shit really bad. There's cons along with it. Yeah, so many cons that'll make you lose your full interest that it makes you want to use the restroom at your own house. The main cons of the public restrooms include potential exposure to germs and disease due to poor hygiene, lack of privacy and some designs, prevalence of foul odors from poor ventilation or infrequent cleaning, and potential for disorder or damage from users or lack of maintenance. These issues can stem from insufficient cleaning, inadequate design, or user behavior, leading to health risks and an unpleasant experience for many. That's what the AI overview from Google said. But wait, there's more! Health hygiene risks. Germ and bacteria spread. Restrooms are breeding grounds for bacteria, viruses, and other pathogens that can cause illness like the common cold, diarrhea, and gastrointestinal issues. Fecal oral disease transfer. Contamination on hands can transfer fecal matter to the mouth or the diarrhea of the mouth, eyes, or nose, potentially spreading infections. Cross-contamination. Poor cleaning practices can track contaminants from the restroom to other areas of the building. Design and maintenance issues. Poor ventilation, a lack of proper ventilation can lead to bad smells and a concentration of airborne pathogens. And the lack of privacy, inadequate or poorly designed partitions and urinals and stalls can lead to feeling of no privacy. No privacy at all. What the fuck? Nobody wants to look at you doing your business. And poor lighting. Dim or inadequate lighting can make a restroom feel dirty and unsafe. Insufficient waste bins. Overflowing trash bins, often due to being too small or not emptied frequently enough, and make a restroom feel dirtier. User experience and other problems. Unpleasant smells. Poorly designed or poorly maintained restrooms often have foul odors. And a lack of supplies. Restrooms may be out of essential items like soap or toilet paper. And disorder and vandalism. Restrooms can be left in a disgusting state by some users, or they can experience damage and vandalism. Especially if there's a dick drawings and racial slurs carved by someone that you don't know. Oh my god, don't even get me started on the ones that I wish that we never experienced, like if I had to go take a shit really bad, Yeah, just in time I go do so. I just noticed that there's a fucking piece of shit. Yeah, pushing my ass while taking a shit. Oh, come on, that's fucking disgusting. Why would some sane person had to use the restroom before I do without having the common courtesy to flush? Dude, that's disgusting! You can't just dump your ass and just leave it like that, like it's nothing. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see a lump of shit or any kind of diarrhea. And the maintenance cost for owners and operators maintaining public restrooms is an expensive and challenging task. Without proper cleaning, these unsanitary conditions allow harmful microorganisms to thrive. One of the biggest concerns in unclean restrooms is the spread of E. coli, salmonella, and norovirus, bacteria and viruses responsible for severe stomach illnesses, food poisoning, and gastrointestinal distress. No, don't even get me started on the fucking porta potties, because it has the worst standards than the public toilets! Especially in the middle of the fucking summer with such humidity. And don't even get me fucking started with the public toilets where you have to force to pay with your money to use it. Because the price of inflation is bad enough as it is. So in conclusion, Mighty Number 9 is such a complete Mega Man ripoff that sucked mega balls, that everyone whom donated this game development via Kickstarter demanded refunds. Yeah, it's a broken piece of shit game anyway. And no, I do not recommend playing it on any system, or any console, or whatever it is. The no bathroom breaks crap is nothing but an absolute bullshit of a joke that it destroys everyone's sanity and mental health. And the public toilets, no matter how clean the custodians and owners tried, especially when they deep cleaned them spotless, it still have a horrid putrid odors of shit and piss.
Lethal Enforcer.
Well, you peeps really thought that the modern version of Family Guy would be just as bad as you thought it was when you first time see a few episodes of it. But this is an episode from season 23 that stooped this very fucking low. Yeah, the chicken or the Meg. Yeah, and this episode depicts Meg Griffin dating a chicken and she met on a reality dating show, Sex Farm, and moves out when Peter disapproves of their relationship. And wow, how fucked up can this get? Well, it's about to get much worse, so let's get on to it. Episodes from Hell, Family Guy, the Chicken, or the Meg. Alright, so this is a 5th episode of that 23rd season. So how do I begin? Okay, it says here, according to Family Guy fandom, yeah, I'm mixing up with other pages, when Meg sees an ad for a newly dating show, Sex Farm, she decides to sign up in hopes of finding her significant other. She initially has no luck until she meets a guy in a chicken suit, and though ultimately, the two are the first couple to be eliminated. Despite their chemistry, Meg's partner soon reveals that he actually is a chicken, going by the name of Nugget, and is the son of Ernie the chicken. Well, holy shit. So Meg's partner is an actual chicken named Nugget, and it's the son of Ernie the chicken, one of Peter Griffin's most arch nemesis. Well, goddamn. Alright. Despite apprehension regarding what their respective fathers would say, the two decide to date in secret until Peter catches Nugget sneaking into Meg's room. What? Okay, so looks like Peter has exposed that fucking truth between Meg and Nugget, whom is angered by the news. So, after he gives her an ultimatum, Meg decides to move out of the house and live with Nugget and his family. All because that Peter refused to tolerate Nugget's presence even after witnessing his Karen side at dinner, prompting Meg to move in Yeah, doing just that. So what the fuck is wrong with Peter? Being an overprotective father. Being an overprotective person is not a good thing. It destroys other people's mental healths. Okay, despite initially brushing it off, Peter quickly becomes despondent after realizing how much he misses his daughter, especially after seeing how well she gets along with Nugget's family. Well, goddamn. Yeah, especially that Peter fails to get Meg back by trading Brittany Griner for Meg. Yeah, both families see each other at the bowling alley later, and Ernie mocks Peter, which makes Meg feel bad for him. Well, two wrongs don't make a wrong, don't you think? Okay, and looks like Meg couldn't help seeing Peter's other side, yeah, which she feels bad for him, and confessed to Ernie that she still loves her father, despite also loving Nugget. And what's the result? Ernie the chicken ordered Meg to leave if she doesn't renounce Peter. Oh, come on, that's just making the situation even worse. Meg states that two are just like each other, breaking up with Nugget and decapitating Ernie before returning home. Well, I'm speechless. I'm almost speechless of what I'm saying. So, what does Meg do? She responds by beating up Ernie, decapitating her. Yeah, that fucking chicken choking psychopath. And heading back home. Dude, what the fuck? That's just... wow. In the end, everyone is glad to have Meg back. She reveals that Nugget is also gay, as evidenced by the abundance of small chickens in his text. Stewie then surprisingly quotes, "Nugget, Nugget." Oh shit. Nugget is gay? Well, how could... But I don't have any problems with gay people, but yeah, it is okay to be gay, but that situation doesn't help much. Okay, so according to IMDb, the factual errors said, a bit past the halfway mark when Peter finds out about Nugget. He says it feels like he's lost his daughter, which means he has two sons, but whether Meg is his daughter has absolutely no effect on how many sons he has. As a point of fact, it is too, and always has been in the show. In the cutaway, a sergeant notifies Peter of the death of his two sons. This is incorrect. The U.S. military follows strict protocol for notifying a service member's next of kin about their death, serious injury, or missing status. Requirements are trained personnel. Casualty notification order is specifically trained for this duty and delivers the news in person. The CNO is typically a field-grade officer. Yeah, field-grade officer, major or above, and must be of equal or higher rank than the deceased. Notification team. The CNO is almost always accompanied by another trained person, such as a chaplain, to provide support to the family. This has been the case since the Vietnam War. Of course, since the reference is to a scene from, say, Saving Private Ryan, which takes during World War II, there may be some excusable leeway on this point. But there is no excuse of this episode being fucked up as a whole. This episode has been rated a 6.2 out of 10, and reviews, well, I'm just going to say two of them. And it says, okay, according to AW-01040, it says, "Stick a fork in it. This show is cooked. I haven't watched Family Guy in some time, and I decided to give this new season a try. As soon as Tom Tucker promoted a show called Sex Farm, I immediately moved on to something else. The quality of the show has gone off a cliff. I remember when Family Guy was witty and funny. Now it's become everything the critics said it was. Unfunny, unoriginal, and just plain cringeworthy. It's like the writers and producers don't care anymore and are only keeping the show's lights on from a check from Fox. I really hope this show gets canceled after this season, as these episodes are only doing damage to its one great name." And here's another one from Rob H951. Well, I'm not showing you the evidence, but I am saying it's so yeah, the Rant House and Salute House shows are just like a podcast feel, so you might as well just consider that as such, because I'm a lazy son of a bitch after all. Okay, the comment from RobH951 on IMDb said, "Just awful. Family Guy continues its death spiral. The jokes are so elementary. It seems like a 12-year-old is writing episodes now. Stewie lays into Meg, and it starts off like you're about to laugh, but as he continues, he sounds more like a jerk than a ballbuster. The lowbrow masturbation for Peter was not only dry, yeah, pun intended, it was so predictable. Meg's fart joke was more of a commentary of her recent flatulence than something to laugh about." Wow. That episode is like cancel culture shit. So bar none, this episode is the worst one I've ever heard, and I'm sure as hell. I don't know whether or not that I would see it myself, but either way, I consider that episode the worst one because of Meg's psychopathic actions against that fucking chicken, Ernie. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, this episode, the chicken or the Meg, is a complete fuck up and a huge ass letdown right from the beginning of this episode. Yeah, right from the start. I know that Ernie and Peter had beef with each other in the past, but is it worth seeing Ernie dying headless on account of Meg Griffin? Absolutely the hell not.
You stupid
If you peeps are binging episodes of Family Guy and have decided to watch that episode, well, you might as well just enter at your own risk. So after you're done with that, I bet you don't want to watch this episode again.
The hate bases of the alternative human hate, better known as furries, is another prime example of cancel culture. Like, what the fucking hell is going with raging furry shamers putting shame on furries like a goddamn plague?
I know, right, Mason? They even use the word furries as an insult. Like, bro, how is it an insult? That's just plain rude to animal characters that have fur texture skin.
Tell me about it, dudes. They even use fur bags? Replace the letter B with a fucking F? Even some of the furries whom are part of the LGBT community are offended by those insults like that.
Alright peeps, let's cue the gameplay while we rant on this bitch. Okay, where the hell do we begin?
Beats the hell out of me, Mason.
Well, you got us there. Anyways, let's get started.
Okay, it goes something like this. One day, some artist from DeviantArt or any artist-oriented website.
Please don't remind me about that website I left and refused to come back.
AI is also cancel culture material most of the time.
Yeah, but let's not go off topic. One day, some artist from any artist-oriented website just posted a fan art of a furry character, a furry version of themselves, and everything in between. Everyone's proud to see it, but some douchebag had the nerve to post a negative comment that scared us shitless. Bell Hill Mayor, if you may.
It goes something like this. For example, Pencilneck says, "What the fuck is that? Take off that goddamn image off, you sick fuck. Don't you realize that drawing furries is a crime? Delete that shit now before I report you."
What is wrong with these kind of people? Sending comments that start some senseless drama, and if that's not enough, another jackass like Brian and Emma, or rather, bastard and bitch said, "Ha ha 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 ha, you true fan arts of furries, you've gotta be such a low-life loser and an idiotic man-child or woman-child to come up with something like that."
And they have the nerve to report this furry fan art design to the cyber authorities for a so-called cyberbullying. Plagiarizing violates the term of service. That's just manipulation to the support line to abuse their authorities and shit.
The furry hatters are called anti-furries. They are individuals who either dislike or hate the furry fan bases and furries in part or as a whole, including all aspects of it, such as sociology, lifestyle, art, costume play, fur shooting, furry sexuality, etc., based on personal or group's opinions.
I even watched a video where the Texas Governor Greg Abbott introduced a bill to ban non-human behavior in public schools, including furries, tail and fur wearing. In my opinion, that's a bad decision, because that's going to ruin any furry conventions in Texas, and ruin their chances of wearing furry costumes this Halloween.
Get this, peeps. According to Animal Girl 553 via one of Bell Hill Mayor's comments, Animal Girl 553 made an exposed video of rude people bullying them to death for no reason at all and why it should stop. And another thing about the alternative human hate base is that furry haters sent furry fans death threats. Death threats? Are you fucking shitting me? Why would any heartless person wanting to slay a person over opinions on furries? That's fucking sick.
And it's a prime example of why these types of hate bases gone out of fucking hand.
I know, right? This is just crossing the line. Not only crossing the line, including puking, pissing, shitting, bleeding, and even ejaculating that line.
Okay, Asuka, we get it.
Almost a year ago, I posted a comment on Pencil Neck for Hire episode 90 where he works at the Friendly Fox, and I said this: I blame CSI for spreading false rumors about furries over the years. No joke, the CSI furry episode was awful because it had false rumors about furries spreading for years.
It's giving us nothing but anxiety attacks, headaches, and eliminates every single ounce of mental health we fucking have, and it'll take weeks, if not months, to forget about all that.
Well, there's some more stupid-ass assumptions. Most furry haters assume that all furries are worse than red-teeth predators when they're not. Jumping into conclusions much?
What do all furry bashers expect the furries to do? Shave their entire fur all the way bald and show their skin like normal human beings? That's not gonna do shit better.
And besides, we have video games, TV shows, and movies: My Little Pony, Star Fox, Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, Whiplash, Klonoa, Alvin and the Chipmunks, Roger Rabbit, Ratatouille, Mickey Mouse, Courage the Cowardly Dog, SWAT Cats, both anthropomorphic human animals and talking furries like that have been part of our childhoods.
Asuka Langley, sorry you're right. Like, how can this furry fan base stoop this low on account of the toxic hate base?
For real, whoever watches shows, or movies, plays games that has anything to do with those in their lives when they were growing up, they have been turning the blind eye and act like hypocrites.
I know, dudes. This world is just sad that the both fan and hate bases of alternative human furries over different opinions and having hard times accepting furry fans for who they are.
Bottom line, peeps, stay away from that kind of drama, because it's not worth it. So in conclusion, peeps, if you watched this video and still don't like furries, your opinions are tolerated just as long as you don't attack the fans of it like a cancel culturists like those red teeth clowns, whom shall remain nameless.
I know, right? This video is not meant to forcing people to be a part of the furry community, and yes, I respect every one of them in that community.
It's not a fetish at all, they're just fans of animal characters and animal costumes, so that's what we got to say about that.
Alright, peeps, who's up for some Rampage World Tour?
Oh hell yeah, count us in, Mason.
I wish Midway was back in business.
Meanwhile, gay sinful shit, how fucking dare you rant on the anti-furries hate base with your gay boyfriend, bitch hella gay arm, and that ugly ginger skank Asuka Langley, sorry you.
You three are so grounded until you decide to delete this cancel culturing video and never ever bring it back.
We can't take any much more of this racist shit, Empress Queen DW, we just can't. It's already bad enough that we have Gay Lou on Tubi, and they refuse to take it down for the sake of the red teeth bandits.
Emperor King Boris, they must need a punishment day so badly that they're gonna regret being a furry when it's a fetish, a crime, far past racist, and they shall face our teeth until the renouncing happens.
Hi there, pencil neck and giraffe ears.
Oh no! Not that cancel culturing error messaging bitch again with that ugly furry look.
Oh, still butthurt with the furry hate base and Caillou's Tubi channel, huh?
Listen here, you ugly cat, what kind of shit we're butthurt over is none of your red teeth shaming business.
Oh yeah, here's something that'll calm your nerves.
It better be Gay Lou's ultimate punishment day.
I am Emperor King Boris.
Oh no, not this shit again.
Get that scary ass logo up, we can't take another day.
That ought to keep their filthy red teeth mouths shut. See you around, furry fans. Ignore the haters. Stay being a furry and be proud of it.
Well, my fellow peeps, it's the Thanksgiving season of this month, and I sure can't wait to rant on one of the most fucked up Survivor Series events that I've ever watched on Peacock, and I sure as hell ain't gonna watch it again. So yeah, I'm talking about the 1994 Survivor Series pay-per-view, which was produced by the WWE. Yeah, the slogan says, "It's time to meet your maker." Yeah, it took place on Wednesday, November 23rd, 1994, at the Freeman Coliseum in San Antonio, Texas, which is the hometown of Shawn fucking Michaels, and the final edition of Survivor Series to be held on either Thanksgiving Day or Thanksgiving Eve, as all previous Survivor Series events had. Wow. Talk about the final Survivor Series that held on either Thanksgiving Day or Thanksgiving Eve on a fucking nosedive. Right on the fucking wrong foot. Yeah, gobble gobble that shit. So anyway, my fellow peeps, let's just get on with this abysmal of a pay-per-view event in Texas. Alright, so 2 main event matches were held. In the first, Bret Hart defended the WWE Championship against Bob Backlund in a special submission match where the only way for a wrestler to win was to have the opponent's second throw a towel into the ring. And then, the other main event, The Undertaker takes on Yokozuna in a casket match with Chuck Norris as the special guest ring enforcer. The event also featured 3 elimination matches and 2 singles matches. So, let's just get on with those fucking abysmal matches. Well, one of them that is just at least enjoyable, but that doesn't sound good enough to make up the fucked up abysmal matches. Alright, the first match of the event, yeah, the opening bout, saw the Bad Guys, which consisted of Razor Ramon, the 1-2-3 Kid, better known as X-Pac, the British Bulldog, and the Head Shrinkers, Sion and Fatu, versus the Teamsters, composed of Big Daddy Cool Diesel, or rather, Big Sexy Kevin Nash, the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels, Double J Jeff Jarrett, yeah, the fucking guy who gave us TNA Total Nonstop Action, Owen Hart, who may rest in peace, and Jim the Anvil Neidhart, who may also rest in peace. Ah, damn. Yeah, the British Bulldog may rest in peace with the Hearts. Yeah, that's really sad. Okay, anyways, the opening minutes of the match featured brothers-in-law, Owen Hart and Davey Boy Smith, the British Bulldog. Yeah, the British Bulldog, shit. Trading moves as well as Jeff Jarrett and Razor Ramon brawling. Fatu became the first wrestler eliminated after Diesel performed a jackknife powerbomb on him. Wow. Diesel eliminated the 1-2-3 Kid, better known as X-Pac, 42 seconds later after another jackknife powerbomb. Sion followed 31 seconds later after being pinned by Big Sexy Kevin Nash. The British Bulldog entered the ring, but Diesel soon knocked him between the ropes to the arena floor. Damn. Okay, Owen and Jim prevented the British Bulldog from getting back in the ring. And for this, the British Bulldog was eliminated after the referee counted him out. Wow, that's a shocker. Razor Ramon was left as the only member of his team to face the 5 members of the Teamsters. He fought with Diesel for several minutes, but Diesel then performed a jackknife powerbomb on him and prepared to pin him for the victory. And the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels insisted on having Diesel hold Razor Ramon while Shawn Michaels perform a super kick on their opponent. You mean a Sweet Chin Music? Razor Ramon dodged the kick and Shawn Michaels kicked Diesel in the face. Oh! That doesn't work as planned. That did not go as planned. So, because of that, Diesel became angry at Shawn Michaels, particularly because the same mistake had cost Diesel the Intercontinental Championship at SummerSlam. He and Shawn Michaels argued outside the ring while the rest of the team attempted to calm them down. The referee counted all 5 wrestlers out of the ring and declared Razor Ramon the winner of the match. Oh, that's a fucking... Oh my god. Oh, that's just terrible. Shawn Michaels was thrown backstage after the match, and he stated that he was disbanding his tag team with Diesel and vacating the tag team championship, and then got into a car and drove away from the arena. Yeah, well, Razor Ramon may also rest in peace as well. The next match was between Jerry the Burger King Lawler's team, known as the Royal Family, with Queasy, Sleazy, and Cheesy, and Doink's Clowns R Us team, Dink, Wink, and Pink. The rules were that only midgets could fight midgets, and that neither Jerry nor Doink were allowed to attack the midgets. The match consisted of comedic action for much of the first 10 minutes. Eventually, Doink, who may rest in peace, attempted a crossbody, but Jerry the King Lawler reversed the move until the King was able to pin Doink and eliminate him from the match. Jerry remained involved in the match and played a role in the elimination of 2 more members of Doink's team. When Wink attempted a monkey flip against Queasy, Jerry blocked the move and helped Queasy to pin Wink. Wow, that's terrible. Later in the match, Lawler threw Cheesy on top of Pink, which enabled Cheesy to eliminate another Doink's teammates. After Wink and Pink were eliminated, however, they hid under the ring rather than returning backstage. The final member of Clowns R Us was eliminated after Sleazy and Dink fought in the ring. Dink performed a crossbody on Sleazy and attempted to pin him, but Queasy rolled the wrestlers over so that Sleazy was on top. However, and the referee made the 3 count and awarded the match to the Royal Family. As Queasy, Sleazy, and Cheesy celebrated after the match, Jerry the King Lawler criticized them for taking credit for the victory. Dink, Pink, and Wink emerged from under the ring. All 6 midgets turned against Jerry the Burger King Lawler and chased him away from the ring. Wow, talk about a fucked up win. Yeah, a W that doesn't look like a W. As the King tried to escape, Doink returned and hit him in the face with a pie. Well deserved, but that doesn't make up that match to be justified. Nope. Okay, the next match was the submission match between the champion Bret Hart and the challenger Bob Backlund, with the aforementioned stipulation being that the only way to win the match was to have the opposing cornerman, either Owen Hart or Davey Boy Smith, the British Bulldog, throw in the towel. Bret the Hitman Hart got the early advantage and wore down Backlund using headlocks. Oh my god. But Bob Backlund broke free and attempted a cross-face chicken wing on Bret. Bret escaped, but Bob Backlund maintained the advantage by attacking Bret's arm and attempted another cross-face chicken wing. Bret used a figure 4 leg lock on Bob, but Bob got out of the hold. And then Bret the Hitman Hart applied the sharpshooter, his signature hold, on Bob Backlund. Owen entered the ring and clotheslined Bret from behind, causing him to break the hold. Davey Boy Smith then chased Owen Hart around the ring, but fell was kayfabe, knocked unconscious in the ring steps. While Bret was distracted, Bob Backlund applied the crossface chicken wing and held on to an extended period of time. Owen Hart, watching on and feigning concern for his brother, went to talk to their parents, Stu and Helen Hart, who may rest in peace as well, whom were sitting at ringside. Owen begged for one of them to throw Bret's towel on to stop the match. Oh my god. Okay, so I guess that Owen Hart is starting to lose his mental health because of his brother's well-being in danger on account of Bob Backlund's crossface chicken wing, claiming that things had gone too far in the rivalry. Damn it. Okay, Stu, suspecting Owen was up to no good, refused to listen to his son and grabbed a towel from Owen. However, after seeing Bret locked for over 9 minutes in the crossface chicken wing, oh god, 9 minutes of massive pain from that submission move, Helen had seen enough. She grabbed a towel from her husband and threw it into the ring. Once the referee saw the towel, the match was stopped and the victory and the WWE Championship were awarded to Bob Backlund, while Owen revealed the ruse by running backstage with the towel raised over his head triumphantly. Oh, what the hell? Oh, did Owen Hart's pity was turned into some kind of phony kind just to screw Bret the Hitman Hart out of the WWE title? Son of a bitch! After the match, Owen Hart claimed he would have the best Thanksgiving ever after finally costing Bret the World Championship, while Bob Backlund said the win made him feel like God. Yeah, sure. The team of Guts and Glory, consisting of Lex Luger, Adam Bomb, King Mabel, better known as Viscera or Big Daddy V, who may rest in peace, the Smoking Guns, Badass Billy Gunn, Mr. Ass, and Bodacious Bart Gunn. Wait, is Bart Gunn Bodacious Bart? Okay. Faced a $1 million team made up of Tatanka, Bam Bam Bigelow, who may rest in peace, King Kong Bundy, who may also rest in peace as well. Oh my god, how many times have I said that term? Alright, the Heavenly Bodies, Tom Pritchard and Jimmy Del Rey. Yeah, Jimmy Del Rey. Yeah, it's sad we lost him. In the next match, Guts and Glory took the early lead when King Mabel, Big Daddy V, pinned Tom Pritchard after performing a crossbody from the second top rope. Wow. And then Big Daddy V fought King Kong Bundy and Bam Bam Bigelow, but he was counted out after clotheslining Bam Bam Bigelow out of the ring. Ah, shit. Okay, Bam Bam then performed a moonsault on Adam Bomb and got a pinfall. Lex Luger and Jimmy Del Rey fought back and forth until Lex Luger performed a running forearm smash on Jimmy Del Rey to get the pinfall. The Smoking Guns were eliminated next, as Tatanka pinned Bodacious Bart and King Kong Bundy pinned Badass Billy Gunn. Lex Luger fought back by pinning Tatanka with a small package. 7 seconds later, King Kong Bundy pinned Lex Luger after performing a splash to get the victory. King Kong Bundy, Bam Bam Bigelow, and Tatanka continued to attack Lex Luger after the match until Lex Luger's team returned to the ring to save him. Yeah, that didn't turn out good because Lex Luger was already eliminated by King Kong Bundy, so he and Bam Bam Bigelow have taken the fucked up W. That's just the worst event going so far. Okay, the main event was next, featuring The Undertaker versus Yokozuna, whom may rest in peace, and a casket match with Chuck Norris as the special outside referee. The Undertaker gained the early advantage, but Yokozuna reversed the momentum with a Samoan drop. He tried to put The Undertaker in the casket, but he fought back. Yokozuna next performed a leg drop and placed The Undertaker in the casket. Before Yokozuna could close the lid, however, The Undertaker attacked him and the two wrestlers fought while standing in the casket. During the scuffle inside the casket, Mr. Fuji tried to interfere by grabbing The Undertaker from the back of his hair, but he turned around, stalked Mr. Fuji, and grabbed him with both hands on his throat. Yeah, don't even think about it, Mr. Fuji. It's already bad enough that this 1994 Survivor Series event is just as bad as it is. Not a fucking good one, in my opinion. Alright, Jim Cornette attempted to interfere as well. Oh, god damn it! But he was struck down by The Undertaker. Haha! The Undertaker performed a clothesline from the top rope and placed Yokozuna in the casket. King Kong Bundy and Bam Bam Bigelow came down the aisle toward the ring, but Chuck Norris blocked their path. Uh-oh! Looks like they're shit out of luck. Yokozuna is shit out of luck. While Chuck Norris was distracted, however, Erwin R. Shyster entered the ring from the other side and attacked The Undertaker. Oh, god damn! Oh, this is not looking good. He placed The Undertaker in the casket, but he recovered before Yokozuna could close the lid. Whoops! Jeff Jarrett tried to interfere on Yokozuna's behalf, but Chuck Norris also stopped him with a super kick. Wow! Nice move, Chuck. The Undertaker performed a DDT and a big boot on Yokozuna, who fell through the ropes into the casket. Yeah, I wish that Chuck Norris would sucker punch Jeff Jarrett right in the face with his third arm. Yeah, his third fist from his fucking beard. Yeah, which is hidden on his beard, just like in Family Guy. Okay, I'm getting off topic. So, as I was saying, The Undertaker performed a DDT and the big boot on Yokozuna, who fell through the ropes and into the casket. The Undertaker then snatched the Japanese flag from Mr. Fuji's hand and snapped it in two, and slammed the lid to gain the victory. Well, even though that this 1994 event was a stinking pile of shit, but it sure has ended up on the right foot. Yeah, where The Undertaker took the victory. Yeah, he took the W by closing the lid after Yokozuna landed inside the casket. You know what? I could give a fuck less if anyone says how good this event was. In my opinion, it's just a terrible Survivor Series pay-per-view event, but not as terrible as the 2003, but it's really far up there. I really wish that this event was better, where Shawn Michaels and his team stayed together to take down the bad guys, and Doink and his clown team would take out Jerry the King Lawler and his fucking clowns of a fucking King family. Oh my god, I just don't know. I'm not sure what else to say. None other than Lex Luger and his team would have taken the W rather than the $1 million team. And I really wish that Bret the Hitman Hart would retain the title instead of getting screwed out of the WWE title on account of his brother Owen Hart. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, your mileage may vary. You may like this event, you may not like it, you might love it with a burning passion, or you might hate it like it's from fucking hell. So the only good thing that I like about this event is that the Undertaker taking down Yokozuna in the casket match. That's all I gotta say. So I've watched that event once, and I'm sure as hell I ain't gonna watch it again. The first rule of Fight Club is, you do not talk about Fight Club. The second rule of Fight Club is, you do not talk about Fight Club. And the third rule of Fight Club is, you do not play the fucking game. Okay, Fight Club is a 2004 fighting video game based on the film of the same name. It was developed by Genuine Games and published by Vivendi Universal Games for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox on November 16th, 2004 in the US of A, and on December 10th of that same year in PAL regions. Yeah, the Fight Club video game was released 5 years after the movie. I wonder if there's a connection. Probably not. Okay, you want to know how bad it is? Well, alright, let's get into this bitch. Okay, the gameplay goes like this. Fight Club contains gameplay and visual elements found in several notable 6th-generation 3D fighting games, such as multi-height zone targeting combos consisting of heavily reused strikes found in Tekken 4, the localized damaged system in which limbs can be permanently damaged found in Tao Fang, Fist of the Lotus, the wall throws, height zone specific counters, and stage transitions found in Dead or Alive 3. The environmental usage found in Mortal Kombat Deception, Mortal Kombat 6, and the overall realism, such as a lack of juggling, heavy, high recovery move, kinesthetics, gritty, grimy, urban aesthetic found in titles such as Def Jam Fight for New York. In the side view, players control one of two characters who perform various fighting games until one is beaten. Fight Club structures the formula around the premise of the movie, where two men meet secretly to fight each other into submission. Players fight as one of the 12 original characters from the novel and the movie, including Tyler Durden and Bob Paulson. Yeah. Okay, so Fight Club sports the gritty feel of the movie with injuries inflicted on the players and blood splattering everywhere, including onto the screen. The game also introduces many new features into the fighting game genre. In hardcore mode, injuries are carried over from one fight to another, which could lead to the player being so injured that they are forced to retire, although this mode applies to custom-made characters. The game also goes into many cutscenes, showing x-rays of the character to display bones of being broken. Wow. Displaying x-rays displaying of bones being broken out of any characters? Well, I guess that Mortal Kombat 9 was the second one that features the x-rays of the character to display bones being broken. And Mortal Kombat 9, that's the game that I'd rather be playing a lot more better than this piece of shit. Fighting moves are intended to be brutally violent, such as one where the opponent's arm is visibly broken at the elbow. Levels are designed around scenes from the movie, such as Lou's Bar and Paper Street. In the story mode, an original character, named Only Protagonist, decides to join Fight Club after breaking up with his girlfriend. Winning fights, the character moves up through the ranks of Fight Club, getting closer to Project Mayhem and becoming Tyler Durden's right-hand man. The story diverges from the movie and novel in several ways to accommodate the new character. Completing story mode also unlocks Fred Durst. Yeah, the lead singer of Limp Bizkit. Yeah, I sure have unlocked Fred Durst, but in WWE SmackDown 3 on PlayStation 2. But let's not get off topic on this shit. Completing story mode also unlocks Fred Durst, lead singer of Limp Bizkit, as a playable character. As per the singer's own stand demands that he becomes a playable character in any video game, licensing music from his band. Fight Club also supported online multiplayer. Well, who the hell wanted to play this game online is beyond my ass. The Xbox version of the game had the ability to download extra content through Xbox Live. Well, I don't know what type of downloadable content that has on the Xbox version, but I could give a fuck less. The game developers were forbidden from using the likeness of Brad Pitt, Edward Norton, and Helena Bonham Carter, and yet they're entitled to add Meatloaf's character in the game? Yeah, the likeliness of Meatloaf? Well, I'll be damned. Okay, on the story mode, after seeing sequences and fighting enemies, all of a sudden, the audio sounds fine, but as for the video and FMV sequences, what? What you see is just still images of characters and shit. Seriously, still images? If this was a Nintendo 64 game, also including texts, I would accept it. But for the 6th generation DVD-based game console, that's fucking pathetic. That the game developers ran out of time and forced to rush by adding still images, let alone finishing the shitty game based on an instant classic film. This is Plumbers Don't Wear Ties bullshit. Well, at least it's a fighting game, and not a fucking interaction one where you choose any storyline in the DVD menu style manner, but that's not a compliment. Who the fuck knows? And who the fuck cares? Speaking of downloadable content for the Xbox, yeah, the DLC, what it gives the OG Xbox collectors, a DLC full of 4 tracks that you couldn't get on the PlayStation 2. According to Demon27248 on YouTube, this user showed us the track from this video where 4 music tracks contained Every Reason To and the After Dinner Payback from By From Autumn to Ashes, Destroy Something Beautiful, and The First Rule by Rich Ragsdale, which are shown in the Xbox-only version of the soundtrack of the game. Speaking of soundtracks, yeah, in there, it features Limp Bizkit, Queens of the Stone Age, Korn, the Dust Brothers, Scott Clausen, and Rich Ragsdale. Oh yeah, the Dust Brothers. Yeah, the same guys whom composed the Fight Club soundtrack. The soundtrack itself is not way too bad, but it should have more heavy metal bands into it. Well, so fucking what? It's not enough to save the game as a whole. Damn. And there's an Easter egg of this game where you can play as a skeleton by entering skeleton as your name. Who would want to play as a skeleton character from any shitty game is beyond my ass. Upon release, Fight Club was met with negative reception. Game Rankings and Metacritic gave it a score of 40.11% and 37 out of 100 for the Xbox version, and 36.84% and 36 out of 100 for the PlayStation 2 version. The game has mostly been dismissed by fans of both the novel and movie as an attempt to milk the success of the story for commercial gain. It was also universally panned by critics and on its own merits. Critics say the game copies too much from other fighting games without bringing much new to the genre, and it has repetitive fighting moves and poor animation. GameSpot gave the mobile version... Oh my god. Don't even get me started on the goddamn mobile phone versions. But fine. GameSpot gave the mobile version a score of 4.4 out of 10 and stated that the experience lacks in so many ways that it's hard for it to even hold a candle to its namesake. The game is short, very easy, and the attack system is needlessly diverse. Regardless of your interest in the subject matter, Fight Club is most definitely not your kind of game. Alright, IGN gave the same version a score of 6.3 out of 10, and it said that it may only cost about $4 to play. But I could tell you there are too many better ways to spend $4 now. $4 for a short game? Fuck. However, the same site gave its 3D version a score of 4.1 out of 10 and stated that it just isn't a very good game. The fighting mechanics are just too shallow, and we've now seen with Brady Bunch Kung Fu and medieval combat. That fun brawling is indeed possible on a cell phone. And couple of the dull gameplay with some bugs, and I cannot reasonably recommend Fight Club to anybody, no matter how much of a space monkey they are. The game failed to achieve commercial success. Nevertheless, Abraham Lincoln is ranked 4th in the Electronic Gaming Monthly's list of the top 10 video game politicians for his appearance in Fight Club for the PlayStation 2. Game Informer placed Fight Club at number 10 in a 2011 list of top 10 fighting games we'd like to forget. If you peeps are a video game demo collector like I am, you're not going to believe this. If you have disc 86 of the official US PlayStation Magazine demo, November 2004, you choose the Playground, or rather the Vault option. Scroll down until you see a Fight Club demo. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me, Sony Interactive Entertainment? First you added the Bubsy 3D demo on PlayStation Pix Green Disc on PlayStation 1, and now this? This is terrible. What a terrible option to have a demo, to have a shitty game for a demo. What a kick in the fucking balls, shit on the diarrhea of the mouth, piss on the face, yeah, and even cum on the face, and the largest dildo up the fucking ass. I have nothing else to say about this game, except for one thing, and in the words of Tennings of his review, this game is a piece of shit. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, this is Jack's shitty fighting game that sucks ass, that not even Film and Stuff, the angry video game nerd, or hell, the irate gamer would even dare to play this game to see how fucking wonky and cringeworthy it plays. Do yourself a huge ass favor and avoid it like a fucking plague. Stick with the book and or the movie. In my opinion, I would just stick with the movie alone because that sounds 16 times better than this garbage. Okay, the 22nd Double Rant House installment is now in session, peeps. Yeah, we got those two fuck-ups that should be covered. Yeah, which should have been covered a long time ago, or whatever it is. But whatever. And it's those two groups based on my Plotagon skit sketches and everyone else's universes on their own channels. The first segment is the Anti-Karen Squad, requested by Microsoft Mike. And the second segment, the Vicious Mafia, formerly known as the Fiona Fox Pack, requested by Artada the Dragon Flarigan. So without any further ado ass shit, let's just get this over with. Ugh. Okay, the Anti-Karen Squad is a team well, was a team that started back in 2022 in my Plotagon universe, based on the real Random Losey's original characters. Yeah, and two of the characters who used to show up as a team are from Nintendo and Fangamer. Yeah, Undertale and Earthbound. The team's era was going well at the time, with no problem whatsoever. Their team consists of Kevin McCarranson, Fugitive TV, Kelly McCarranson, and Katie McCarranson. Yeah, Kevin, Kelly, and Katie are Losey's original characters, and Fugitive TV is someone's OC. Yeah, Gygus from Earthbound and Azrael from Undertale. Yeah, Azrael and Gygus. The anti-Karen squad team was led by Kevin McCarranson himself. He was the father of Kelly and Katie, a former ex-wife of Karen McCarranson. Wait, what? More like a former ex-husband of Karen McCarranson, since he divorced her back in December 2021 on the Real Random Losey's Rapper Offline universe, and an ex-boss of Todd and Mauricia. This group is about confronting Kevin's ex-wife Karen and various entitled Karens he and his squad see on Earth. Damn, it was going well, until earlier this year. Kevin and Fugitive TV had to take their lucks into a fucking nosedive. It started by Kevin McCarranson taking his senseless aggression on me by saying, "Mason, what the fuck is wrong with you? How fucking dare you send Pencil Neck and the Red Teeth Bandits to Hawaii? And how fucking dare you kill the Michael Picker and Abby Evans out of character elimination? We wanted a clean contest, but no, you had to screw this up." Yeah, something like that. It just started off earlier this year, like sometime in March, either February or March. Okay, and he and his squad even gave Azrael Dreamer a punishment day after joining the Red Teeth Bandits. Well, it may be true, but oh, come on. That was from the 666th sketch where all 8 of us Plotagon Skits crew members went down to the depths of hell on account of Pencil Neck. And Azrael was brainwashed by the Red Teeth Bandits all along. And come to think of it, the Red Teeth Bandits did manipulate Azrael to do the same thing to Timmy, Chloe, and Crystal. Yeah, these 3 characters from Titan Academy before us. Well, that may be true since I programmed all this shit on Plotagon, but in my Plotagon world, it was all the Red Teeth clowns who put up with this shit. Both Pencil Neck and Qualiface's team. Even the rest of the remaining thugs of the Fiona Fox Pack, or rather the Vicious Mafia. So on my 27th birthday, he sent me a grounded threat, which is fucking pointless, and doesn't do a damn thing at all. It all happened the day after Chloe Hodges got the immunity bonus after competing in Super Smash Bros. Melee mini gameplay with Harry Donaldson and Alex Chapman. So the Curriculum crew are a team, yeah, and so does the rest of the squads. Well, come to think of it, on Plotagon Skits and Electromagnetic Shit and other teams. But Kevin didn't understand what the fuck is an individual mean. 1 month later, Azrael Dreamer and Gygus were about to leave the anti-Karen squad, but Kevin would throw a fit on them if they do. Yeah, that happened in August. Not only that, Kevin and his team got sued for all that, and they have made a decision where they dropped the ball by leaving Texas instead of doing community services. Haha, Azrael and Gygus gave them an ass whooping. Because those 2 guys have left the anti-Karen squad and later joined Lorik Movies and Music's team due to Kevin McCarranson's controversial behaviors. He and his team are making big related dramas like the Red Teeth Bandits being sent to Hawaii, throwing a raging fit over 2 of Wally Universal's curriculum members being dragged out of the contest, wishing anyone, including me, an unhappy birthday and all that shit. And then, back on November 10th, the anti-Karen squad have been confronted by Adrian, Matt, and his team. Yeah, they have failed to control their angers. So, Azrael and Gygus have turned their backs on them, for real this time. Then finally, Kevin, his daughters, Kelly and Katie, and his bestie, Fugitive TV, have been sent to the black hole, with no hope of returning. So according to Ashley Anderson, she said that the anti-Karen squad era is officially demolished, meaning that it doesn't exist anymore. So yeah, the anti-Karen squad is gone. It's over, done and dusted. So yeah, the anti-Karen squad is officially no more. Yeah, how'd they have fun burning in hell for that shit? For all I give a shit. Okay, the Vicious Mafia is another group that is just far worse than the Anti-Karen Squad due to their fucked up behaviors. So, according to my friend Artada the Dragon Flareon via MeWe, so I'm going to name the characters and tell you the reasons why everyone in mine and Artada's world, and to avoid them at all costs. Yeah, Fiona Fox from the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. Always forces everyone she sees, mostly Caillou, to make love to her feet, and to make matters worse, she keeps telling everyone to lick them. Bruh, that's fucking disgusting! Having someone to lick their feet? And also, she only brushes her teeth once or twice a week. Her breath smells like alcohol, marijuana, and cocaine by taking them. That hygiene in Fiona Fox's system is still fucked, especially her teeth, because she needs to brush them twice a day, every single day. And damn. Well, I may drink alcohol from time to time, but I'm not like a raging alcoholic or none of that shit. Well, I gotta be in massive pain in order to smoke some weed. And as for the cocaine, I'd rather stay the fuck away from it, at all costs. Okay, next. The HBO Max version of Velma Dinkley. Yeah, from the web series of Velma, which is also from the Scooby-Doo franchise. This fake-ass imposter of the real Velma Dinkley keeps bringing up people's past 24/7. Come the fuck on! This type of bullshit on people whom have changed their behaviors is getting rather old. Those wrongdoings that we have done in the past were true, but it's considered overruled. Andreas Hamilton, yeah, Artada's original character, whom stalks and keeps begging and forcing women to be his girlfriend, especially the ones that are already married, like Emily and Kumi, and are lesbians, and are gay, bisexual, or whatever it is, whatever sexual orientation that Andreas Hamilton could give a fuck less about. And to make matters worse, he goes as far as by beating up their boyfriend or husbands, or their loved ones, or life partners, if they come to the rescue. Well, thank God that he got executed by getting sent to the black hole, alongside with that stupid pussy Bubsy Bob Pussy for stealing Timmy's DoorDash order. Yeah, and the fucking Crispy's chicken wings place that Pencil Nick used to work at. Yeah, Bubsy Bobcat for the Bubsy franchise. Shit. Okay, Clint Clubber from the Tom Deitch era of Tom and Jerry, whom always has a rivalry with Dave Johnson. Rivalry. Shit. Tongue twister much. And always starts drama with him, as if abusing his former pet Tomcat isn't fucking bad enough. If that's not bad enough, he impersonates police officers and claims him as a sheriff. Damn, I cannot believe that he had the balls to impersonate the police officer just to arrest DeLorean. Dude, what the hell? Okay, Surge to Tenrec from Sonic the Hedgehog, whom doxes people's addresses and email addresses. However, Fiona Fox and Surge always try to hack people's credit and debit cards. Yeah, the credit and debit card infos. Oh, and Fiona Fox helped them to... No, wait. I believe it was Velma Dinkley, the HBO Max version of her, and Surge that done that shit. So, my bad. And by the way, Fiona Fox helped them to get all hacked for sure. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm getting a little confused, Artada. The Weatherspoon triplets, they go by Dion, D'Angelo, and Draymond. Even though that they're gone, yeah, by different reasons, but those guys were giants. You know, peeps. Y'all remember the NBA star Shaquille O'Neal, the WWE legends, the Big Show, and Big Sexy Kevin Nash? Mostly they're bodyguards. Yeah, take a look at those, and just imagine those guys are rather... Yeah, take a look at one of my sketches that had anything to do with the Weatherspoon triplets, but mostly in Character Elimination Season 6. Well, damn. They harm anyone who tries to confront and harm Brian and Emma. What the fuck is wrong with those triplets? That proves that they're toxic Brian and Emma fan brats. Plus, they got tons of weapons. Like, their weapons are unlimited. They also burn houses, break all the windows and doors, running over people with their Jeep car. They'll do anything to stop anyone from harming Dave's kids. Whom are the fucking cum shots that his ex-wife Catherine should have swallowed while she and Dave had sex? They say that we treat Brian and Emma like they're the spawns of Satan. Well, which they are! And treat Dave Johnson like he's Jesus Christ when he's not. What the hell? Newsflash, peeps. Those NBA star wannabes are not really NBA stars at all. They never associated with the NBA. They work out all the time and eat Subway sandwiches. So, yeah, I'm glad that they got fucked by eating a cyanide, which is hidden in one of the Subway sandwiches. Or rather, 3 of them. Alright, Scourge the Hedgehog is the one who's been trying to make everyone do marijuana and cocaine, as well as buying them for the vicious mafia. Oh my god. Wait, is he making drugs and then selling it to everyone in this motherfucker? Shit. And one more big conclusion with the Fiona Fox pack, or rather the vicious mafia, is that they're best friends with Pencilneck and his Red Teeth bandits, or rather the Red Teeth clowns. They do drugs too, however, not as much as their bitter rivals, the Whip-Ass Rascals. Yeah, I don't know whether or not I'm gonna add the Whip-Ass Rascals in my videos. Well, maybe in the upcoming short film that's Christmas themed and shit. Good thing that Artada and I made Velma Dinkley's imposter and Fiona Fox look like fucking idiots by having different and humiliating attires like Pencilneck and all the Red Teeth clowns have. That goes for the rest of the vicious mafia too. Yeah, I'd be better off sending them grounded threats to see how this feels, even though it doesn't work. Although that 2 wrongs don't make a right. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, Kevin McCarrison should be ashamed for his own sorry ass for giving his own squad group a bad name due to his actions. And I'm glad that he, his daughters, and his bestie Fugitive TV have been sent to the black hole right out of existence. And as for the vicious mafia, they are a dangerous criminal group that we should avoid encountering at all costs in our plotting on worlds. Yeah, once again, Andreas Hamilton and the Weatherspoon triplets may be gone, so is Bubsy Bob Pussy, but the rest of the vicious mafia had to be put down once and for good. The 22nd Triple Rant House is now in session, my fellow peeps. The first segment is Toshiba TV. It's known for releasing bad TVs with so many problems that we'll get to it. Yeah, by the meaning of bad TVs, I'm talking about the HD TV ones. The second segment is DK Oldies. This company is known for high prices for most of the wrong reasons and false advertising. And the third segment is the video games getting the wrong age ratings. Yeah, shit happens when it comes to video games given a rating by any rating systems in the world, especially the ESRB. Alright peeps, let's get to this fucking shit that really grinds our damn gears very badly. Okay, let's get on with the Toshiba non-smart TVs. Okay, number 1, no Google Play Store. Toshiba TVs without full Android TV don't allow you to install the apps you actually want. You're stuck with a few preloaded apps that may not even work properly, meaning you can't access most popular streaming or utility apps. Well, that ain't fucking fair. That's the biggest con ever, right? Number 2, outdated browser. The built-in browser is old and incapable of loading modern websites correctly. Many sites either fail to display, show errors, or crash the browser entirely. Bro, that's a big-ass fatal mistake that no one could put up with. And number 3, useless software updates. Even when Toshiba pushes updates, they rarely fix major issues or improve performance. Updates are mostly cosmetic and don't solve fundamental limitations of the system. Okay, well what the fuck's the purpose of updating the entire operating system, yeah, on the TV and those goddamn Windows and shit? Number 4, YouTube app freezes. The YouTube app often refuses to fully sign into your Google account, making it unusable. Worse, it could freeze the entire TV, forcing a factory reset just to recover. Well, even if you factory reset it a couple of times in the Toshiba TVs, that doesn't do justice. Number 5. Factory reset hell. When the TV crashes or an app freezes, the only option is to perform a factory reset, which erases all settings and wastes your time. Oh my fucking god. Number 6. Zero app compatibility. You can't install any third-party apps beyond what Toshiba pre-installs. That means no Netflix, no Spotify, no proper media players, no games essentially. The TV can't expand its functionality. Number 7. Limited casting features. Some apps only allow casting or screen mirroring. You can't directly interact with apps on a TV itself, making it a glorified wireless display instead of a smart device. Number 8. Slow interface. The user interface is laggy and unresponsive, even for basic navigation. Switching menus, scrolling through options, or loading apps, it takes longer than it should. You mean like the fucking long time loading, just like in any game on a Commodore 64? Number 9. No Bluetooth. Many Toshiba models lack Bluetooth entirely, which prevents connecting wireless headphones, speakers, or game controllers, severely limiting convenience. Number 10. Unsupported browser engine. If Toshiba stops updating the browser engine, eventually almost all modern websites will stop working. Streaming, online shopping, or even checking email could become impossible. Number 11. YouTube out of support. Once YouTube stops supporting on the outdated app or browser, the TV may just display an unsupported device error excuse, forcing you to use an external device like an HDMI stick. Number 12. No firmware upgrade options. There's no official way to upgrade the system firmware beyond what Toshiba provides, leaving you stuck with outdated software and security risks. Number 13. Poor app quality. Pre-installed apps often crash, have missing features, or fail to sync accounts, giving a half-baked user experience. Number 14. No media management. You can't easily manage media from USB drives or network devices. The built-in media player is limited and clunky. Number 15. High risk of becoming obsolete. Without updates, the TV will gradually become useless as services like YouTube, streaming apps, or websites stop supporting its old software. Number 16. No support for modern features. Features like 4K streaming, HDR, or Dolby sound may not work properly even if the hardware supports it due to software limitations. Number 17. Limited network features. Browsing, casting, and app functionality can be unstable over Wi-Fi. Some TVs may even drop connections randomly. Number 2. Difficult to fix. If critical ports fail, you can't just flash new firmware or install third-party apps. This TV is essentially locked down. Number 19. Half-functional streaming. Many streaming apps fully allow basic playback or mirroring, not full interactive features like playlists, recommendations, or in-app navigation. Number 20. You end up needing extra devices. To make the TV truly usable, you're often forced to buy an Android TV stick or external streaming device, which is ironic because you bought a smart TV to avoid exactly that. So yeah, talk about giving Toshiba HD TVs, when it comes to streaming apps and shit, a very bad name. DK Oldies should have known better than scamming everyone with their refurbished or so-called refurbished consoles that doesn't look like refurbishing. Well, shit. According to everyone, including Bodia Deal, the DK Oldies team did not properly refurbish consoles. And the biggest bitch slap in the fucking face is that they inflate the price. Let me guess, twice the price of the original console when it first came out in stores? I'll be damned if that happens. When you shop at DK Oldies, you'll have a peace of mind that the games you are buying are 100% real and authentic. We never sell any fakes or reproductions. Tell us what you think. Watch out this Christmas because fake retro consoles and illegal emulators are popping up. Even on legit websites. Don't be fooled. Well, DK Oldies got you fooled. Especially on the holidays. But you do not want that happening this year, right? Okay, if you go to their website, you will see expensive and worse condition consoles and games. Except when people buy consoles for $250, $500, or even a fucking $1,000, and it doesn't properly function. Customers who bought any consoles online will get scammed out of their goddamn blue. Yeah, Joey, the owner of DK Oldies, claimed that the consoles are clean, refurbished, and looking good as new. Well, that's not what other retro gaming collectors say. For example, Jacob R. bought the so-called refurbished PlayStation 3 for $400 from the DK Oldies website. Jacob R. took the hard drive, the screws, and opened the console. And what the fucking shit-eating ass is this? DK Oldies, you call this a refurbished console? How the hell can you call this refurbished when there's dusts, dirt, scuff marks, etc.? This is pure false advertising, man! That's just fucking pathetic. What a horrible waste of $400. I can't believe Jacob just got scammed by DK Oldies. Yeah, for $400 on the fucking console that doesn't sound fixed. That doesn't do jack shit. That Joey and his DK Oldies team didn't do jack shit about it. How can you call this refurbishing when there's all that dirty stuff that corrupts the entire console, or even worse, corrupting everyone's hard drives and game datas? You know something, peeps? If you ever bought any consoles that's in worse condition, and disguised on account of DK Oldies, you'd better be off sending it back and demand DK Oldies a goddamn refund. This is terrible business, peeps. That's not how people sell consoles like that. I've seen better prices on consoles via eBay and other websites. Oh my god. Yeah, I've seen YouTube shorts from DK Oldies, packing other shit and giving away whatever what's on his mind for free. Do you really think that I give a shit about Joey giving away things for free, like a keychain, a plush toy, or another video game console? Not really. Well, I do like have free shit, and when I buy some stuff like over $40, but when it comes to DK Oldies, I could give a fuck less. Yeah, and stored credits and other bonuses from that website, well, yeah, you might as well just stick it where the sun don't shine. Okay, so where do I begin with the ESRB ratings and other companies that gave out wrong ratings? Alright, so according to Nitrome Fan 98 on his channel, one of his channels, NF98 Man Child Exposer, he just gave out the fact on one of my Rant House episodes, yeah, that Hong Kong 97 shit. Yeah, he said, the game over cutscene from this game is way worse than the disturbing opening scene from Blam Machine Head, that disturbing first-person shooter sci-fi horror game on the PlayStation 1 and Sega Saturn, where it starts with a man drinking a can of beer with dangerous nanoscopic robots as a secret ingredient inside the can, which made the poor man vomit blood, and even worse, and made dangerous and gross brown mush to spread. What's crazy is that the game got the wrong age suitable for teens. How is this a teen supposed to handle that? That game should have been A for adults only. Or rather, M for mature, because... yeah, an M-rated game, well, an M-rated shit is the highest ESRB shit that the PlayStation could allow. Okay, so, according to Nathan Sharp on the Gamer.com website, the Entertainment Software Rating Board can be very fickle. It's there to rate video games and keep the most mature ones out of the hands of children, and many times it gets to the rating right, even if it's very obvious. After all, we don't think anyone would dispute that Grand Theft Auto deserves anything other than an M rating. Well, yeah, well, if it comes to the Game Boy versions, yeah, they deserve a T rating. But there are also times when they get it wrong. And in some instances, these inaccurate ratings have been given to classic games. Whether the ESRB were too lenient or too strict. These are 10... well, okay, so let's name a few. Okay, Halo Combat Evolved. It's one of the greatest and most influential first-person shooters, and we have no doubt that it's been played by countless children and teens. Hell, one game on Xbox Live should tell you that. So it may be surprising to hear that game is rated M for blood and gore violence. However, the violence is incredibly tame, especially when compared to modern games, and the blood that there is usually an alien blue or green. Only on a rare occasion do you see red, human blood. It's really nothing you wouldn't see in a PG-13 movie. So why this game has an M rated is truly beyond us. Yeah, Super Smash Bros. Melee and Brawl. There is no denying that children love them some Super Smash Bros. The games are filled with timeless Nintendo characters, and Nintendo is easily most family-friendly video game company. Yeah, it is the most family-friendly video game company. Yet both of these games are surprisingly rated T, Melee for comic mischief and mild violence, and Brawl for cartoon violence and crude humor. Well, so fucking what? And that sounds excusable to me because the E10 rating never existed until 2005. So we're not going to deny that the games have mild cartoonish violence, but that's just the thing. These games are nothing more than interactive cartoons. Violence is fun and novel, a goofy form of innocent escapism. To think that these games should be played by no one under 13 is just ridiculous. Well, you got me. Oh my god, I really cannot believe that we're going with this Snatcher shit. Yeah, Snatcher is a brilliant cyberpunk video game created by Konami and Hideo Kojima. Yeah, Konami and Hideo Kojima, whom gave us Metal Gear Solid. And it features, according to this hilarious digital press user, a disemboweled dog, creepy crawlers eating a rotting corpse, a decapitated man with visible trachea and esophagus in the neck, and it makes implications towards strippers and prostitution. Yeah, it's given a T rating on a Sega CD, but damn, that's just fucked up. Yeah, Snatcher should have been rated M. And The Heart of Darkness on PlayStation, oh my god, it is absolutely terrifying. It's filled with horribly brutal deaths that would even make adults squirm. Andy can be completely incinerated, crushed to death, complete with graphic crushing bone noises, and even ripped to shreds by a shadow monster. It's a complete nightmare fuel, and yet the game was given an innocent E rating thanks to only some animated violence and use of alcohol and tobacco. Well, that doesn't sound good enough. Oh, and don't forget about WCW and NWO Revenge on Nintendo 64, because I've seen the gameplay of it. Well, because when the player strikes the computer with some foreign object, you see blood coming out. And don't forget about Road Rash on PlayStation and Sega Saturn, because when it first came out, it was given an E rating, or rather a kids to adults rating at the time. Yeah, in Road Rash, all you do is just race against 14 other computers, yeah, and beat some of them with foreign objects, and try not to get wiped out, or worse, get busted by the police. Oh, and don't forget that the Sega CD version earned an E rating too. So, yeah, and one of the characters, main characters of Road Rash, according to Rhonda Rash, she quotes, "You think life is a bitch? Then you meet me." So just as little as 1 year later, the PlayStation 1 version of Road Rash was given a T rating. Yeah, no wonder why it says warning contains mature themes on the cover of Road Rash on 3DO. So in conclusion, peeps, Toshiba is the biggest con ever when it comes to HD TVs. DK Oldies has a reputation of ruining people's video gaming memories and trashing other people's birthdays and holiday spirits with their consoles. That doesn't know how to refurbish consoles properly. And as for the ESRB, well, they need to get their heads out of their asses and specifically inspect whatever games show up carefully before releasing it digitally and physically for any consoles in any stores. So yeah, that's all I gotta say about that. Well, my fellow peeps, it's the Christmas season again, and you thought that this Home Alone franchise wouldn't suck dick even fucking harder since the prequel. Well, guess what? The fourth Home Alone movie has existed, entitled Home Alone 4, Take It Back the House, which is a 2002 American made-for-television Christmas family comedy film directed by Rod Daniel, which first aired ABC on November 3rd, 2002. as the first episode of the 47th season of The Wonderful World of Disney, followed by a DVD release on September 2nd, 2003. A standalone sequel to Home Alone 3 and the fourth installment of that Home Alone franchise. The film stars French Stewart, Eric Avari, Barbara Babcock, Jason Begg, Claire Carey, Jonah Gowen, Missy Pyle, and Mike Weinberg as Kevin McAllister. Okay, well, I don't know how fucking balls it's gonna suck, but let's just go there. Okay, what I say, it follows Kevin spending his Christmas time with his father and his new girlfriend and his old enemy Marv and his wife Vera come up with a plan to kidnap a visiting prince with help from an inside person that Kevin least suspects. The film is the first in the Home Alone franchise not to receive a theatrical release. Well, why am I not surprised? Or matter of fact, why are not any of the Home Alone fans not surprised over that shit? Why aren't they surprised over that? This is unfortunate. The first film without any contributions from John Hughes, the creator of the Home Alone series and whom gave us Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And it does not include any of the original cast members. Not even Macaulay fucking Culkin! Okay, so the movie begins with a fucking sad plot where, the sad start where Peter McAllister, finalizing a divorce from his soon-to-be ex-wife Kate, announces their children, Buzz, Megan, and Kevin, that he and his wealthy girlfriend, Natalie Calbon, are hosting the visit of a royal family at her mansion and invites them to spend Christmas there. After the three initially refused, Kevin accepts the offer after being bullied by Buzz and reveals the mansion luxuries. Well, looks like karma's a bitch, right, Buzz? The next morning, Peter and Natalie go out while Kevin stays with Natalie's servants, Mr. Prescott and Molly. Kevin notices his old nemesis Marv Merchants and his wife Vera scouting the house after failing to get Mr. Prescott's attention via the intercom. He drives the intruders away by flooding the mansion. When Peter and Natalie return, they refuse to believe Kevin's explanation, especially since Mr. Prescott claims to have seen nothing. Then Kevin discovers that the security cameras had been turned off during the break-in. Oh, that's a fucked up shit. Leading him to believe that Mr. Prescott is involved with Marv and Vera. So to cheer themselves up, Kevin, Peter, and Natalie decorate their Christmas tree, although it's later retrimmed by professional decorators at Natalie's request. As the mansion is prepared for a party for the royal family's arrival, Peter and Natalie leave to pick them up, while Kevin notices Marv and Vera disguised as cat terriers. The fuck is that? He traps Mr. Prescott in the freezer, overhears Marv and Vera's plan to kidnap the prince and hold him for a ransom, and forces them out of a second-story window. The royal family is unable to attend the party because their flight was cancelled. Ah, that's a shocker. That's not how you celebrate Christmas, with the cancellation of a flight. So Peter and Natalie decide to announce their engagement instead. Okay, so that's to make up the cancellation of the flight? I'll be damned. Okay, Marv and Vera run back into the house to pursue Kevin, who accidentally ruins the party by running into the guests and knocking over an ice sculpture that turns out to be the frozen Mr. Prescott. Oh, son of a bitch. Mr. Prescott was frozen, and now he's back out? And the angered Peter sends his son Kevin into his room, refusing to believe his story of the criminals' plot to kidnap the prince and hold him for a ransom, and accusing him of trying to sabotage his relationship with Natalie, who threatens to evict him if he makes poor decisions again. Wow, this movie sucked dicks even harder by anyone refusing to believe what Kevin has saw with his very own eyes. Taking matters into his own hands, Kevin sets up death traps for Marv and Vera. Well, not really death traps, because saying the word death and traps is just too much of a PG film. Wait a minute, how can I say that this is a PG film when it's never released in theaters? The next morning, the duo head to the house after Peter and Natalie leave to pick up the royals. Kevin locks Mr. Prescott in the basement, but eventually discovers Marvin Vera's real accomplice, whom is Molly, which is also Marv's mother. Kevin is locked in the basement with Mr. Prescott, and Mr. Prescott says with the smart remotes Molly gave the offenders they had shut off the cameras during the break-in when he was taking an unscheduled break from his duties because he despises working for Natalie. Dude, what the hell? And then he and Kevin then apologize for misjudging each other after several failed attempts to call Kate back. Kevin escapes via from the house's dumbwaiter and temporarily traps Marv underneath it. Marv and Vera pursued Kevin throughout the house, where they spring the traps and suffer various injuries, while Molly is trapped in the house's elevator. At the airport, Peter suspects that something is wrong back at the house, takes a cab back to Natalie's to check on Kevin due to a suspicious phone call received from Kate of Kevin's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Kate, Buzz, and Megan also drive to the mansion due to the suspicious nature of the calls made by both Peter and Molly about Kevin's whereabouts. And then Kevin uses an altered recording of Marv's voice to spark an argument between him and Vera. Then Kevin bitch slaps Marv in the groin, wow, a fucking low blow, with a remote-controlled plane causing Marv to fall down the flight of stairs, taking Vera along with him. The duo is then tricked by Kevin with a secret wall switch, ends up being launched onto the chandelier, and are knocked unconscious by their fall. Molly, having escaped the elevator, grabs Kevin, but is quickly knocked out cold by Mr. Prescott, who also escaped via the dumbwaiter shaft and calls the police. Shaft. Get what I'm saying? Okay, as Peter, Kate, Buzz, and Megan arrive, Kevin, with Buzz and Megan's help, prevents a final escape attempt from Marv and Vera. The royal family and Natalie arrived, and the offenders plot to kidnap the princess revealed to be Natalie's shock. Mr. Prescott, per Kevin's advice, resigns from his position as her butler, realizing that their relationship was built on infatuation rather than love and was affecting his responsibilities as a husband and father. So, what the hell happened next? Okay, Peter breaks up with Natalie and reconciles with Kate and their children, grateful to Kevin for his foiling of the kidnapping plot. The royals spend Christmas with the newly reunited McAllisters, devastating Natalie. Well, karma's a bitch. Alright, so according to Wikipedia, the production of this quadrilogy, Home Alone 4 was filmed in Cape Town, South Africa. Well, why am I not surprised? Wait a second! Wasn't the Home Alone, wasn't the McAllister's house, ever filmed in Winnetka, Illinois? Doesn't that confuse the hell out of you peeps by the time you watched all 4 of those Home Alone films? Okay, what the hell am I supposed to say this? Okay. In November 2020, Disney began to feature the first 3 Home Alone films of their streaming device on Disney Plus in celebration of the first film's 30th anniversary. The 4th and 5th installments were released on HBO Max and were added to Disney Plus on December 17th, 2021. So the critical response is that Clint Morse at Movie Hole gave Home Alone 4 1 out of 5 stars, writing, "From the unappealing, cheapish opening titles to murky production values, it's immediately obvious Home Alone 4 isn't playing in the same park as its beloved predecessor." Or predecessor, shit. Sad. Yeah, it is fucking sad indeed. Jolly Herman of Common Sense Media also rated the film 1 out of 5 stars and wrote, "Recycled gags with none of the original's charm." Yeah, it doesn't sound the same, right? Jerry Roberts of Armchair Media gave the film 1 out of 4 stars. Sue Robinson of Radio Times gave the film 1 out of 5 stars, writing that, "You have to wonder why they bothered." Yeah. Okay, whereas Home Alone 3 featured a standalone plot and new characters, this film brings back several of the main characters from the first 2 films, including Kevin McAllister, but with all of the roles played by different actors. It was the last film that Rod Daniel directed before his subsequent retirement and his unfortunate death in 2016. Ah, damn, I cannot believe that. Yeah, the cause of the director's death was at his Chicago home from complications of Parkinson's disease back in April 16th, 2016. He was 73 years old, so my condolences to his family. Now, other than that, IMDb gave this movie a score of 2.6 out of 10, and Rotten Tomatoes gave it a 23%. So, why did Home Alone 4 fail? According to the AI overview of Google, it failed due to a poorly received casted script, low budget production, and significant departures from the original film's continuity and tone. Key issues included an absence of the original actors, a convoluted plot involving the parents' remarriage, and a cheap-ass feel that fucking lacked the charm of the first two movies. According to Money Movie, the How the Home Alone franchise died, which is actually entitled The Story of the Decline of the Home Alone franchise. Yeah, spit facts, Money Movie. Yeah, you sure know how to spit facts like a true genius of how this franchise hit rock bottom since the fucking prequel existed. None of these Home Alone films are the same without Kevin McAllister or any of the original actors. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, stay the fuck away from Home Alone 4. No, wait, better than that? Stay the fuck away from Home Alone's 3 and 4 and all those fucking sequels that aren't worth a fuck. Because, trust me, none of these films of Home Alone aren't even worth of watching all that shit. Because it's just not the same. It's not the fucking same. So I suggest y'all watch the first two Home Alone movies, and that's all there is to that. The New Black is the 10th and final episode of the 4th season of The Boondocks. And it's also the final episode of the rest of the series, period. So this summary goes, Riley becomes a maligned target of gay rights groups after he calls his classmate gay. In these sensitive times when everyone is offended by everything, Riley really has to watch what he says, even when his apology may upset people. Okay, so anyways, if it's the 10th and final episode of the 4th season, well, why the fuck does it have to be the 10th episode? Why did it have 10 episodes in the 4th season instead of 15? Are they out of ideas or some shit? Whatever. Let's just get into this episode from hell. Okay. During school, one of Riley's peers in cafeteria displays his love for dance. And Riley asks the young man to stop because that's gay by saying, brother, that's gay. Cut that out. Oh my god, that's not good. Yeah, why the hell would he say that? Yeah, and really starting with that new face of hate shit. And then after that, Riley then makes headlines everywhere, even as to have Ellen speak out against Riley for becoming a bully, causing his granddad, Robert J. Freeman, to panic. Bully, stay back. Gay is the new black. And then Uncle Ruckus had to rub that shit in. Uncle Ruckus ain't got no dog in this fight. I hate N-words and I hate F-words. Yeah, I cannot say any of those words. And especially hate when they both combine together like that damn RuPaul. Two things I hate in one. Seriously, only kind of a white man I can respect is a gay white man. Them and the average white man because they make N-word music. Well, damn. Okay, so after the intro of this fucking show passes by, the gay occupation of the Freeman's yard moved on to its second day of its controversy. And Granddad, Robert J. Freeman, started to panic. Oh no, I can't believe it. How could something like this happen to us? Stuff like this happens to us all the time, Granddad. No, we're done for. White gays. Oh my fucking god. At this point, I'm ranting and quoting in characters from this episode at the same time, so try not to get confused. Now, Granddad, before you go crazy, let me explain. Yes, please. Explain yourself, grandson. The video was deceivingly edited. This is all just some crazy misunderstanding, right? But it really was gay. Oh no, that's your explanation? Do you know what you have done to us? We're doomed. We'll be blacklisted in Hollywood. No, I'll never host the Oscars. But it was gay. Why should I have to apologize? Yeah, at that point, Riley should have apologized because he just offended a classmate who was dancing at the cafeteria. So what the fuck? From now on, you see something gay, I don't care how gay it is. It could be gayer than the San Francisco butt plug convention. You look the other way. If it's gay, look the other way. Got it? Ah, damn it. That better not be one of them damn protesters wanting to use my bathroom. It was gay. That's all I'm saying. So instead, Robert Freeman has saw Rollo Goodlove. And he said this. God called me, Brother Robert, and she told me to come stand shoulder to the shoulder with you in your hour of need. Hey, little brothers. Rollo Goodlove, that's it. Now we really are doomed. You know he's gonna make it worse, right? Worse? How am I worse? You done pissed off the... Oh my Jesus, I cannot say that. You done pissed off the gays. Don't forgive. Maybe it's because you keep calling them gays. Yeah, I just said gays instead of the F word that rhymes with the word flags, but taking the L out. Alright, and then later that evening, the meditator Walter Sweetlove, the CEO of Yes Homo, calls Robert with 3 suggestions to recidify the mess Riley made by using him as a face of a youth campaign. The suggestions are for Riley to take sensitivity training, record a gay PSA, and then supply a public apology. Well, welcome, Mr. Sweetlove. As you say, I broke up my good china. I know your people appreciate girly things. You know Walter here was my former apprentice. Really? You don't say. It's true. I got my start as an intern in the summer at Rollo Goodlove's Jambalaya of Justice League. I never should have let you into my race-baiting seminars all those years ago. Yeah, I didn't know you were still in the biz. Aren't you a sitcom actor now? A BET award-nominated sitcom actor, thank you. Well, Rollo, I'm not here to start any trouble. Unlike you, I don't hate. I meditate. See? Rhyming. That's my thing. As I said on the phone, Yes Homo is an organization of LGBT unity, and LGBT, what is that exactly? It means lettuce, gay, bacon, and tomato, Granddad. That's not what it says. That's not what it stands for, Riley. Because according to Walter Sweetlove, it means lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender. So what is bisexual? That's when they go both ways. Oh man, that's gross. You mean they kiss a girl and then kiss a dude, and then kiss a girl and then kiss a dude? Mm-hmm. Alright. After that shit, yeah, the public apology, we're skipping to that. So things take a turn for the worse when Riley goes against the issuance of an apology, leaving Granddad to save the day. Oh shit. You wanna know how it goes worse? Well, Riley said, gay is gay. Thank you. Oh, hell nah. That's not what the gays had in mind. And then after that, Granddad just pushed Riley off the stand, and by calming everyone down by saying, please, everyone, settle down. Look, on behalf of Riley and the whole Freeman clan, we apologize for ever saying anything is gay. Riley is not a normal child. I don't think he's a bad kid. He's just kind of touched, you know, in the head. He's special. Special? Special how? Like special needs special? I guess. He got a bunch of special needs. He needs an ass whooping twice a day. He needs not to drink anything past 8 p.m. or he'll wet the bed. He needs to stop walking right next to you before he passes gas. Let me think. Yes, Riley is a special needs child. He has a number of behavioral and developmental issues. He does? Oh yeah, he does. Uh-oh. Well, looks like it's gone backfired to Walter Sweetlove, and Riley said to Huey, did he just call me retarded? So after the gay controversy ends, yeah, Walter Sweetlove has an apology to issue, and by saying, and that's why I would like to extend a sincere, heartfelt apology to Riley Freeman, his grandfather, and the other one. I forget his name. Well, is that the new face of hate? Damn. Well, even though that the Freeman family has gotten out of trouble, but that's not the point. I mean, it doesn't end there because now we have mentally challenged people being offended on account of this. And then Uncle Ruckus says that This is a good day for me, because I love it. Nothing makes me happier than to see the... Oh my god. And, I'm skipping that quote. But one thing Uncle Ruckus will not tolerate, and you may write this down, is disrespect of mentally afflicted. And sometimes with the N-words. It can be difficult to spot mental disabilities. Cause let's face it, suffering from brain damage is something N-words do very well. That's why all the best mentally challenged men has always been black. Michael Clark Duncan in Green Mile, Cuba Gooding Jr. in Radio, and that brother from The Blind Side. Sandra Bullock was good in that movie, don't get me wrong. Oh, but that big dumb football brother, he was a natural. Yeah, that scene was the last scene we get to see Uncle Ruckus. Onto this fiasco. Why y'all tell everyone I'm retarded? Because you are. All you had to do was read what was on the page. Robin, they humiliated your retarded grandson. Hey, I ain't retarded. Point is, we ain't doctors. How do we know for sure? I know for sure. I ain't retarded. You retarded. And then someone knocks on the door. You expecting somebody? Well, what it is? My name is Filbert Slowlove. I am the president and the national director of Specially Abled Alliance Against Defamation. The what? S-A-A-A-D. SAD. Oh, well, you know what, peeps? At this point, this new black episode is so fucked up that this episode is definitely sad. So Rollo Goodlove aids Granddad, but exaggerates citing Riley as a special needs child, which now acts as a defense against Riley's offensive words, making the circumstances on an even playing field. Damn. Thank you very much, Mr. Slowlove, for helping us with our little homo problem. Can I offer you anything? Strawberry milk. Yeah, Wilbert Slowlove loves strawberry milk. I'm afraid we don't have that. Now, what'd you say of your group was again? The Specially Abled Alliance Against Defamation. Specially Abled? Ah, here we go again. Is this what Brothers is calling the short bus kids now? Specially abled? Brother, ninjas are specially abled. Luke Skywalker is specially abled. You brothers is just retarded. Ow! That motherfucker ain't specially abled. Technically, no. But he is a dumb ass. Y'all think this is a game? You think you could just use our cause and not to cut us in? No, that wasn't a plan at all. If I don't give you some money, I'm gonna call them gays back and tell them you lying. Huh? Wait. I mean, if you don't give me some money, you mean extortion? Yeah, but we're gonna make it like a donation. But it's not really a donation, because I'm taking it. Yes, we understand that's how extortion works. Unfortunately, someone tried this already, and we have no money. Someone tried this already? Was it the gays? Y'all ain't got no money? Well, what y'all got? I ain't leaving here empty-handed. Yeah, thanks for helping the retarded bully, Granddad. I can't believe this. Even the Short Bus Brothers is shaking us down. Hey, don't forget how this started. Brother, you gay. You and your damn catchphrases. Well, until this gets worked out, brother, you're retarded. Okay, so after Filbert Slowlove talked to the PR committee, he just drew a picture where Riley should take a picture at, the Special Olympics, which is the drawing, and he wanted a photograph of it. So in about 2 weeks, Rollo and the Freeman family are going to come to the regionals in 2 weeks. So they'll take the photo there and use it for the poster for their national campaign. That sounds good to me. It don't sound good to me. You're literally gonna make me a poster child for retarded. Don't say the R word. That is a very, very bad word. Okay. Toodles. Pleasure to being extorted by you. Congratulations, brothers. Crisis averted. I don't want to be retarded. It's retarded or gay, damn it. You take your pick. Okay, so 2 weeks later, Rollo Goodlove and the Freeman family went to the regionals. Oh man, it's great being retarded. I can't believe I never thought of this. I thought people had low expectations of me before. Homework? I can't do homework. I'm retarded. Riley, why weren't you in class? Because I got lost. I'm retarded. There might be a real future in this for me. See, silly? I told you everything was gonna work out. So, okay, afterwards, yeah, trust. It makes matters more challenging and still doesn't recreate Riley's image. Riley Freeman takes a look at those specially abled people, and there's a man with a camera, and he's at the finish line. And when Filbert Slowlove says run, Riley ought to run. But Riley refused by saying, "No, sorry, I can't do it." Then Filbert replied back, "What?" And then Riley, no way, man, get me out of here. I ain't trying to be around these retards." Oh, hell nah. Damn. That's a bad word. You're not supposed to say that word. Well, looks like Riley got karma. And that karma is none other than mentally challenged people stomping Riley as hard as they can, while the stomping in the nuts song just occurred, but that didn't last long. So, other than that, Huey and Robert attempt to help Riley out of the beating. So the mentally challenged crowd was chasing after Riley, and then Walter Sweetlove said this to Rollo, let's just call it a draw. And then Rollo agrees by nodding. Ah, damn. And an episode ends with Riley taking a picture while mentally challenged people are running after him. Wow, what a fucking terrible ending. Well, although I make gay jokes in my videos, but that doesn't mean I condone that shit in real life. Although that IMDb gave this episode a 7.1 out of 10, that episode is would still ain't shit. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, now that I've rented out this new Black episode, it makes me wanted to say that this is the fucking curse of the fucking Boondock series, that it had to end as a whole. I just don't understand what's going on with this. This fucking episode sure is the worst part, or rather the worst timing to end this series. Ain't that about a bitch? Okay, peeps. Do y'all remember playing in Pac-Man as a kid? Yeah, on any consoles that had anything to do with Pac-Man? Well, we're going to talk about the 1982 version of Pac-Man on the Atari 2600, which was developed and published by Atari as a port of Namco's 1980 arcade game with the same name. So, the reason why I'm ranting on it, well, you just sit back, relax while I fucking yap about it. Okay, it goes something like this. So the gameplay of Pac-Man is the player uses a joystick to control him, navigating him through a maze of consumable dashes called video wafers, opposed by a quartet of multicolored ghosts. The goal of the game is to earn a high score by having Pac-Man eat video wafers, power pills, vitamins, and ghosts. Yeah, but if you do want to eat the ghosts, you gotta eat those big-ass flashing Pac-Man pellets. Because, yeah, every time Pac-Man eats all the video wafers in the maze, he earns an extra life in a new maze full of wafers. And a new maze full of wafers. A group of ghosts roam the maze trying to eat Pac-Man. If one touches Pac-Man, he loses a life. Yeah, Pac-Man can be played as a one-player or a two-player game, with the players alternating turns after Pac-Man is eaten by a ghost. Near the corners of the maze are four larger, flashing consumables known as power pills that turn the ghosts a blue transparent color and give Pac-Man a temporary ability to eat the ghosts and earn points. When the ghost is eaten, its disembodied eyes to return to the big square chamber in the center of the maze to respawn. The blue ghosts turn pink during the last moments of a power pills effect, signaling that they are about to become dangerous again. The final consumable items are the vitamins, which appear periodically directly below the nest and award the player with further points. So, the Atari 2600 version has 8 variations, offering 2 different starting speeds for Pac-Man and 4 speeds for the ghosts. Setting a console's A to B difficulty switches can also handicap one or both players. If the switch is set to A position, the power pills effects do not last as long. Okay, so the Atari 2600 version of Pac-Man has various changes from the original game. Visual changes include the ghosts not having unique colors, not looking in the direction that they are moving in. Pac-Man's sprite now has visible eyes and only faces left or right as he navigates the maze. The game no longer features collectible items such as fruits or the key, which now replaced by an orange box called the vitamin. Are you fucking serious? All the fruits and key are replaced with a fucking orange box? The vitamin, is that what the fuck it is? Okay, let me get this straight. I understand that the Atari 2600 has limitations. So, yeah, there are limitations. The game developers could not make a better object or better imitations on any fruits or the key. So, I guess that's valid. The game also lacks the cutscenes and sounds from the arcade version. Yeah, once again, limitations. The game has a different maze than the arcade game. There are fewer video wafers that they are displayed as thin rectangles instead of the dots of the arcade version. The maze is simplified in structure and appearance, lacking the rounded edges and interrogate passages of the arcade, and the escape passages at the side are moved to the top and bottom. Damn. Okay, so after Pac-Man proved to be a success in the United States of America, Atari decided to license the game and port it to its Atari 2600 console, known at the time as the Atari Video Computer System. Wow, really? Programming was assigned to Todd Fry, who was not provided with any arcade design specifications or to work from and had to figure out how the game worked by playing it. Fry spent 80-hour weeks over 6 months developing it. The finished game uses a 4 kilobyte ROM cartridge, chosen for its lower manufacturing costs compared to the 8 kilobyte bank switched cartridges, which had recently become available. As with any contemporary arcade port to the simple Atari 2600 hardware, was a considerable limitation. The arcade Pac-Man system board contained 2 kilobytes of the main RAM, random access memory, in which to run the program of 2 kilobytes of video RAM to store the screen state, and 16 kilobytes of ROM, read-only memory, to store the game code, whereas the Atari 2600 featured only 128 bytes of RAM memory and none dedicated to video, effectively 32 times less RAM. The Zilog Z80 CPU microprocessor used the Namco Pac-Man arcade system is clocked at 3 times the speed of the MOS 6507 CPU in the Atari 2600. However, the Z80 typically does less work per clock style. Okay, so to deal with these limitations, Todd Fry simplified the mazes and intricate pattern of corridors to a more repetitive pattern. The small tan pallets in the arcade original were changed to rectangular wafers that shared the color of the wall. This change was necessitated because both the pallets and the walls were drawn with the 2600's playfield graphics, which have a fixed width to achieve the visual effect of wafers disappearing as Pac-Man eats them. The actual map of the maze was updated as the data was written into the playfield registers, excluding the pellets that had been eaten. The 2600's player missile graphics system sprites was used for the remaining objects. The 1-bit wide missiles were used to render the flashing power pills at the center of the vitamin. Pac-Man and Ghost characters were implemented using the 2600's 2-player objects, with one being used for Pac-Man and the other being used for all 4 ghosts. As a result, each ghost only appears once out of every 4 frames. This creates a goddamn flickering effect that fucking takes advantage of the slow fluorescent fade of CRT monitors and the concept of persistence of vision, resulted in the image appearing to linger and on-screen longer. However, the flickering remains noticeable and makes each individual ghost's color nearly impossible to discern. Todd Fry chose to abandon plans for a flicker management system to minimize the flashing, in part because Atari didn't seem to give a fuck about that issue and its zeal to have the game released. Well, that's one big mistake, pal. According to Todd Fry, his game also did not conform to the arcade games color scheme in order to comply with Atari's official home product policy that only space-type games should feature black backgrounds. Another quality impact was his decision that a two-player gameplay was important, which meant that the 23 bytes were required to store the current difficulty, the state of the dots on the current maze, remaining lives, and the score had to be doubled for the second player. Consuming 46 of the 2600's meager 128-byte memory, which precluded its use for additional game data and features. And guess what, peeps? The anticipation for the game was high. Atari stated in 1981 that it had pre-orders for the 3 or 4 million copies of the Atari 2600 version. Goldman Sachs analyst Richard Simon predicted the sale of 9 million units during 1982, which would yield a profit of $200 million. Pac-Man was an initial commercial success, selling more than 1 million cartridges in less than a month, counted by Atari's 1.5 million publicity campaign. It was the best-selling video game of 1982 with over 7.2 million cartridges sold that year, and over 200 million, 650 million adjusted for inflation, in gross revenue. Well, yeah, despite all that good shit, at release, critics negatively compared to the port to its original arcade form, panning the audio, visuals, and gameplays. And on May 11th, 1982, Electronic Games magazine published its first ever negative review for an Atari video game, giving the rating a 4 out of 10, saying, "Considering the anticipation and considerable time the Atari designers had to work on it, it's astonishing to see a home version of a classic arcade contest so devoid of what gave the original its charm." Video Magazine admitted it was challenging and there are few visual pulses. Before lamenting, "Unfortunately, those who cannot evaluate Pac-Man through lovers' eyes are likely to be disappointed." Oh my fucking god. The premiere issue of Video Games Player from fall 1982 just called the port just awful. Video Games Player magazine gave the graphics and sound its lowest rating of C, while giving the game an overall B- rating. Electronic Fun with Computers and Games gave it an overall B- rating with a C rating for graphics. New York Times wrote in October that the word of mouth on the game has not been considered great. The cartridge is still selling because of Pac-Man's fame. Yeah, you really think that this is the best-selling game of all time, peeps? Well, I gotta say, the best-selling game of all time turns out to be a big-ass pile of shit! Yeah. So despite all the good shit, yeah, the game was panned. Okay, yeah, poor graphics and sound, as well as bearing a little resemblance to the original arcade game. Since its release, it has been considered one of the worst games ever made, and one of the worst arcade ports released on the system. Shit. You think that game is glitchy? Well, yeah, it is fucking glitchy. What the fuck is wrong with the game developers? Alright, so let's read more of the worst reviews. Okay, Creative Computing Video and Arcade Games reviewer Danny Goodman, Atari stated clearly in its description of the cartridge that Atari's Pac-Man differs slightly from the original. That perhaps was an understatement. Well, damn. Okay, while Softline questioned why Atari opposed Pac-Man clones when the 2600 version was less like the original than any of the pack of imitators. Yeah, the game has remainedly poorly rated. Computer and Video Games magazine rated the game 57% in 1989. Next Generation in 1998 called the worst coin-op conversion of all time. And damn, in 2006, IGN's Craig Harris echoed similar statements and listed as the worst arcade conversion, citing poor audio and visuals that did not resemble the original. And another IGN editor, Levi Buchanan, he described it as a disastrous port, citing the color scheme and flickering ghost. Skylar Miller of All Games said that although the game was only a passive resemblance to the original, it was charming despite its many differences and faults. Shit. Well, if you're not thinking about E.T. for the Atari 2600, do you think that Pac-Man is like the start of the video game crash of 1983? Well, you tell me, peeps, because I was never born until 1998. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, stay the hell away from the Atari 2600 version of Pac-Man. It's not even worth it. If you wanted to play a better Pac-Man game, I suggest playing any of the Pac-Man games. including Pac-Man World 1, 2, and 3, or Pac-Man World Rally, or whatever the hell you have in your possessions. In your video gaming possessions. Yeah. Alright, my fellow peeps, looks like we have another double Rant House installation for this very Rant House episode. So, the first segment is going to be Crazy Taxi Catch a Ride on the Game Boy Advance, requested by Nitro Fan 98, and Nick Studios 10, requested by Lork Movies and Music. Okay, so what's wrong with those two that we're going to rant on? Well, we're going to spend like 6 or 7 minutes ranting on those fucking disasters to see if it's a disasters or not. So without further ado ass shit, let's get on with these bitches. Alright, Crazy Taxi Catch a Ride is a race and action video game for the Game Boy Advance, part of the Crazy Taxi series. It was developed by Graphic State and published by fucking Sega and THQ. This game is an attempt to port the original Crazy Taxi to the GBA, featuring 2 cities, 1 unlockable, 9 Crazy Box minigames, and all 4 cabbies from the original game. Okay, let's see what the gameplay is like. The main objective for the player is to make as much money as possible as a cab driver. The player selects one of the 2 cities to play and where they maneuver around the city to find passengers for their cab. Players will receive money based on how fun the trip was for the passenger, hitting jumps within the map, driving close to traffic, drifting, and how quickly the cab ride is accomplished. Players can choose from 4 characters. Yeah, Axel, Beady Joe, Gina, and Gus. Well, don't they have any unlockable characters up in this bitch? In addition to the main game, 9 different mini games are also playable for play. They're also available for play. The game also features multiple save slots per cartridge, allowing for the player to save their progress through the game. Thank God with that shit. Cause if it had to have a password feature, oh my god, that would not. I'd be damned if that would happen. Especially when it comes to long-ass passwords like the ones from Roger Rabbit, Castlevania 2, Metal Gear, or any of the fucking games that the Angry Video Game Nerd has suffered with when it comes to NES games that had anything to do with the fucking long-ass passwords. The development and release of this game, it was originally announced by THQ in March 2002. Graphic State developed a 3D graphics engine for the game, which was named Rush. What, is it supposed to be another San Francisco Rush game for the Game Boy Advance? Yeah, I stand corrected if it's not the case. Alright, one of the biggest challenges for Graphic State was recreating the city environment and traffic on the streets. Due to licensing issues, the game couldn't use any of the music or brands from the original game. The game was first released in the United States on April 3rd, 2003. And on Europe, August 1st, Infogram distributed the European release for Sega Europe. And yeah, and 2 months before, the Australian version was released, which was on June 13th. So, once you passed all 9 of those fucking missions from the Crazy Box, well, guess what? There are no bonuses showing up like in the GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Dreamcast versions. And why the hell does it have to have a loading screen on the cartridge game? Loading, please wait. Please wait for what? This is a portable cartridge-based console, not a fucking CD. Not a fucking CD console. Okay, what did I say about those graphics? Well, take a good look at those fucking graphics. You really think that those graphics look very exquisite? Does it look like crystal clear? Well, to be honest, peeps, this gameplay, this graphics on this game looks like shit. I mean, seriously, it looks like fucking shit! Okay, so according to the reception segment of this Wikipedia page of that fucking game, as an attempt to port a 3D game to a small handheld system, Crazy Taxi Catch a Ride received generally unfavorable reviews. According to the video game review aggregator Metacritic, mostly due to visual problems. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, the visual fucking problems. What does it look like? What else does it look like? In a more forgiving review in the game, IGN rewarded a score of 6.5 out of 10 and wrote, Crazy Taxi Catch a Ride is definitely a fun GBA game, but you have to work through the game's blocky graphics and very inconsistent chuggy frame rate. Well, newsflash. Though the graphics look so blocky and it doesn't sound that good, doesn't look that good. Matter of fact, it looks so glitchy as fuck, and the frame rate feels out of place. The reviewers also felt the developers needed to use the strengths of the Game Boy Advance to bring the console design to the handheld instead of trying to recreate the exact experience of portable form. Chris Hudek of X-Play wrote that the game is just simply on the jittery, crunchy, slow, and empty side. Oh, fuck. Alright, so according to Google, when it comes to reviews, GameFAQs gave it a game of 48%, Eurogamer a 4 out of 10, and 89% of these people like this video game. Yeah, the fucking Google users. Well, that's just not... that doesn't look too good. And let me guess, does this game have delayed controls? Yeah, delayed and frustrating controls? Well, you might as well just tell me, peeps, because how the fuck should I know? I never played that fucking game before. Matter of fact, I never played any of the Crazy Taxi games except for the first one on PlayStation 2. And that sounds 69 times more superior than this piece of fucking garbage. Nick Studios 10 was a programming block on Nickelodeon which debuted in February 18th, 2013 and ended on June 17th, never returning from a planned hiatus after one additional festive Labor Day special on September 2nd of that same year. It aired weekday afternoons during the traditional school year from the network's headquarters building in Times Square in Manhattan, New York, and was presented live for viewers in the Eastern and Central time zones. The program was hosted by 14 actors: Troy Doherty, Noah Grossman, Malika Samuel, and Gabrielle Schaub, whom created random and surreal comedy skits and other content directed towards kids and teens. The program aired from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., tape delayed for the Pacific feed, and was the first live-action block for the network since the short-lived 2007 block Me TV. Yeah. Nick Studio 10 was an attempt to revive the network's tradition in live and hosted afternoon blocks with previous entries including Nick in the Afternoon and You Pick Live. The block started out as solely featuring multiple episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants. Oh man, I sure love me some fucking SpongeBob. Despite the fact I never got the chance to try the SpongeBob meal from Burger King, but that's a different story. Okay, yeah, SpongeBob, a series commonly marathoned by the channel, though two other series, The Fairly Odd Parents and Monsters vs. Aliens, were cycled into the schedule by the start of April. No new episodes of any series premiered during the block's entire run. The Nick Studio 10 continuity clips were inserted both naturally during program breaks, along with short clips taken from viral videos or other sources randomly within programming, which included non-sequiturs, or whatever the fuck it is, such as Nick Did It, before returning to the scheduled programming in progress. The in-show interruptions were quickly ended after a matter of weeks in response to negative viewer feedback. Well, damn! On April 1st, 2013, the segments relaunched after an Easter break of a few weeks, moving back an hour from a 5 p.m. start to 4 p.m., now with an hour of The Fairly Odd Parents followed by SpongeBob. Some episodes of Monsters vs. Aliens also aired in the block from April 29th on. The block ended in mid-June 2013 to make way for Nickelodeon's summer programming blocks and marathons. Well, shit! Nick Studio 10 just lasted up to just only 4 months. 4 fucking months of Nick Studio 10. Are you fucking serious? 4 months of wasted opportunity right there, peeps. Ain't that lot of bitch? So what I see from Google when it comes to AI overviews IMDb gave this block a 1.1 out of 10. Oh wow, 1.1 out of 10. Is that some kind of new record when it comes to myself ranting on shit that ain't shit? Well, you tell me. Well, the fan reactions. Yeah, the fan reactions to Nick Studio 10 are overwhelmingly negative, and many viewers considering it one of the worst programming blocks Nickelodeon ever aired. The primary complaint was that it constantly interrupted popular shows like SpongeBob SquarePants and the Fairly Odd Fucking Parents with unfunny, random skits and filler content. Fans found the hosts obnoxious, the humor gross, citing the infamous Fart in a Jar song, and the entire concept a waste of time. The block is now often discussed in the context of lost media due to its short run and poor reception. Oh wow! Do you really think that Link and Loud would appreciate this shit? Hell no! Not even SpongeBob or any of the Nicktoons characters. Fuck! Not even Sheen! Partially lost. Okay, Reddit says, or rather the user from Reddit says, partially lost, Nick Studio 10 is one of the worst programming blocks Nickelodeon has ever broadcasted. Alright, and then fandom. It was mainly hated for the fact that it interrupted old episodes of SpongeBob and the Fairly Odd Parents, replacing them with unfunny 10-second clips probably stolen from the internet. And then from IMDb. The skits are also unfunny and a waste of time, such as a monkey shoving a computer off a table, or a set of robots dancing while chanting, "Stretch your legs." You know, I'd be better off having a fucking monkey shoving a moldy-ass banana straight up my ass! That's what I'd rather do than to watch Nick Studio 10 in one of those fucking archive websites if there is one. Okay, so according to IMDb, Dylan Hazard reviewed this fucking Nick Studio 10 shit, and he said this: Nickelodeon, you're better than this. Yeah, you can trust the IMDb summary about Nick Studio 10. There was a video on YouTube by the name of I give one flying bird about the username. The YouTuber calls the show the greatest. Yeah, right, you must be on steroids, crack, weed, etc. for liking that show. It includes 4 teenagers. But who are these people? I've never heard of them. There was a song, "Fart in a Jar." Really? Who wrote this song? I don't get it. The person who wrote this might be on crack, cocaine, etc. Yeah, I don't blame Dylan for saying that shit. The foot punch? More like a fist punch so I could punch the TV screen, but the screen didn't break. Well, is it because of that old, big-ass TV that you just had? Well, if that's not the case, my bad. Alright, anyway, it's about 2 teenagers who dressed in traditional French clothes and make annoying French accents. That's insulting to people who lived in France. The 2 teenagers were to show you that they wear no shoes, they stomp fruits and berries into smoothies with bare feet. Did you hear me? Bare feet! Yeah, that's fucking gross! Yeah, I said this once and I might as well just say it again. 4 months of wasted opportunity gone down the fucking shitter! So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, if you ever see a copy of Crazy Taxi, Catch a Ride, a loose copy, a cosmetically flawed but playable, or a complete inbox, or a never-before-used copy of it, yeah, I recommend you stay the fuck away from it. Yeah, don't even fucking buy it in your collection, because it's not even worth it. If you wanted to play a better Crazy Taxi game, I suggest, or rather, I recommend playing the first one on the Dreamcast, GameCube, and PlayStation 2. Even a second one on the Dreamcast, the third one on the original Xbox, or hell, or any of the Crazy Taxi games that's worth a shit, but not the Game Boy version. Fuck. And as for Nick Studio 10, 4 months of wasted opportunity. Yeah, and I said that 3 times now because it's completely shit. It is nothing but fucking shit. Yeah, that doesn't look like shit to me. Oh my fucking god. Looks like we're in a treat full of shit! Because we have a 23rd triple Rant House installation at this very Rant House episode. The first segment that we're going to cover is Go Animate styled commentaries requested by Zero the Flash Themer. And the second segment is mobile game ads requested by Lorik Movies and Music. And the third segment is One of the worst Mortal Kombat games in any video gaming console. Hell, even the fucking goddamn portable ones. And I'm talking about none other than Mortal Kombat Advance on Game Boy Advance. And I swear it's fucking worse than Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero and Special Forces. Okay, let's get on with this fucking shit. Or 3 pieces of fucking shit. Alright, the vaginal yawn styled commentaries and approvals make up a type of video mainly starting in the gay anime/vaginal yawn community. Regardless if they make videos with that animation tool or not. They first started gaining traction in 2020. This page will mostly focus on the commentaries. Okay, so how do they go? The commentator, represented with PNGs and JPGs of a cartoon character in a text-to-speech voice, does one of 2 things as their intro. Yeah, as an example, Brian and Emma say, "Hello guys, Brian and Emma here, and today we will be doing a commentary on this fucking cringeworthy video from Plotting on Skits, Childish Dad's Restraining Order." Now, I know this video is going to suck. Why? Because our deadbeat-ass childish father, Dave Johnson, has ruined our fucking family by filing a restraining order against our own mother. And he dragged us into this shit. Anyways, enjoy the video. Yeah, between anyways and enjoy the video commentary, the commentator may tell the viewer to grab a bunch of random food and drink items. Typically popcorn, pizza, soda, or any kind of shit, etc. Doesn't make any sense. Or they may trash talk like the cookie cutter intro. When the video gives the commentator something to say, they will say it. Most of the time, however, the text-to-speech lines are replaced with clips from random medias that the commentator may not even have a personal connection due to some commentary clips being so popular they used to death. The egregious lines of the video being commentated on may be responded to like this. Number 1, a clip that says something along with the lines of, "What did you just say?" Number 2, the clip of the egregious line said is replayed. Yeah, correct me if I'm pronouncing egregious wrong, because I never heard of that word before. Number 3, a clip that goes along the lines of, "Say that again," or whatever else. Number 4, the clip that egregious line is being said is replayed in slow motion. Number 5, a clip plays where the character, the commentator, wants you to focus on rages so angrily. Yeah, especially when it comes to ear-raping sequences without a goddamn warning. Number 6, the text-to-speech changes to an extremely high volume or even a different voice altogether as the commentator berates the creator of the video being commentated on for what was said on the part of the video. Well, what the fucking hell? The commentator may end a commentary early for no reason at all, other than laziness and conclusion jumping. Okay, now Brian and Emma says, "The video sucked," explains why, as if it wasn't spoiled at the start of the video, for fuck's sake, and then says, "Anyways, this is Brian and Emma signing off. Peace out, motherfuckers." Okay. Yeah, imagine that if Brian and Emma would do such thing and they're gonna get their asses whooping by Childish Dad. Yeah, especially their grandmother Bridget. Why they need a commentary made out of them? Right off the bat, they are no better than any of those vaginal yawn rant or salutes, along with a few extra problems that shouldn't exist, or that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. The commentator complaining about a mock name in a rant, going, "What was the best mock name you could come up with?" That happens almost every single time without a goddamn fail. The infamous correction line, where it's used in a way that's the opposite of what the rant in Salute House says. For example, if the rant says that a subject sucks, the commentator may go, "Correction, this subject rocks." Correction, this subject rocks? Isn't that the most fucking cringe-worthy term that you'd ever heard out of someone else's ass? They greatly exaggerate flaws with the video and usually ignore or skip over positive parts. Especially when it comes to, Brian and Emma, those failed aborted bastards or bitches. Why is an intro copycat a big deal when literally nothing as similar is brought to the table? They recycled words, lines, and quotes that are used more frequently than they should, such as dude, bruh, or what does this have to do with anything? Can you explain why? The vaginal yawn style rants and salutes generally explain jack shit, so the questions never get answered. The creators of these commentaries skip in the intro just because they really hate the video that they're gonna commentate on. This can be helpful if the intro is annoying to some people, but it's quite off-putting for others, and it doesn't make any sense. God damn it. Even if the video is something minor or insignificant or invalid. So they cause bullshit, more bullshit, and even more bullshit. Oh my fucking god. You know what? I cannot deal with this shit no more, peeps. Let's just move to the next segment, god damn it. Okay, I'm at the Global Games Forum website, and at the page of the rise of deceptive mobile game ads. Yeah, that story by Gavin Grady. So, I'm going to be reading this fucking article. In recent years, mobile games have exploded in popularity, capturing the attention of millions worldwide. However, as competition for downloads intensifies, some mobile game developers have resorted to questionable marketing practices, particularly the use of fucking fake-ass gameplay ads. These misleading ads often show gameplay mechanics that don't exist in the actual game, leaving users frustrated and feeling deceived after downloading the app. So, when mobile games first began gaining traction, their ads generally showcased the real gaming experience or an embellished version of gameplay. However, as the mobile gaming market became more and more competitive, developers start turning more eye-catching, often fabricated to ads to stand out. The explosion of hyper-casual games and their highly competitive growth strategies has brought to light a whole new strategy to bring users to their titles. A strategy that saw potential new game mechanics tested as an ad before ever becoming a game. A route that gave publishers knowledge that users were interested in such mechanic or not, and whether the CPI of said advert was lower than their needed revenue in order to gain the profitable ROAS. Other publishers that weren't in the hyper-casual game were suddenly taking notice of this strategy and began to play with it themselves. Yeah, at least I didn't say play with themselves. Alright, Playrix, the company behind the popular games like Homescapes and Gardenscapes, frequently displayed ads that showed unique and highly engaging puzzle-solving mechanics showing their storytelling gameplay, which separated them from the king, pun intended, match 3 game, Candy fucking Crush. Until they realized that these new publishers were growing at insane rates, bringing users to their titles for pennies, if not a lot of fucking dollars from their pockets. So as any large company with the sight of increasing profits would, they ran at it because if you can't beat them, join them. The new ads that were being published would depict a scenario in which players had to make decisions such as pulling pins to save a character from danger. These puzzle-like mechanics were highly attractive to users. However, once users downloaded the games, they found that this type of gameplay was either extremely rare or absent altogether. The actual games were much focused on the match 3 puzzles, not the gripping decision-making moments shown in the goddamn ads. This prompted the ASA to issue a ban on these misleading ads in 2020, labeling them a breach of advertising rules due to their misleading nature. Well, goddamn! As the fake ads continue to develop, publishers have gone another step further. They edited their whole store listing to simulate those ads. Some go so far to hide the fact that there is a game in there at all. Here are just a few icons from titles that are high in the top grossing charts, showcasing their ads as icons instead of an icon that represents gameplay in any way, giving the user more reason to think that the game is the ad they just seen. Well, how deceiving. Whether it's the pull the pin, running through gates, or choices you're faced with, the reason they continue to grow and grow is simple. Profit. Yeah, fucking profit! These ads bring in lots of users at a cheap-ass price, and with a quantity of users. They will get enough of them that go on to play the game and eventually spend to make a profit. With all the studios closing and redundancies happening within our industry, it seems to me that right now, honesty is certainly not the best policy no more. The app stores have gotten lazy as fuck, allowing stores listing to feature gameplay that aren't part of the core loop. something that used to be very difficult to get through, especially on a goddamn app store. The popularity of fake gameplay in mobile ads has had a significant impact on user trust. Players are left feeling misled and cheated after downloading a game that does not deliver the experience promised in the advertisements. This erosion of trust can have long-term consequences for the mobile gaming industry, as users may become increasingly skeptical of all the game ads, including those that are truthful. In a market that thrives on engagement and retention, losing the trust of users is a significant issue. When players feel misled, they are less likely to continue playing the game, make in-game purchases, or recommend it to others. In turn, developers may lose out on potential revenue streams. More importantly, the continuous spread of fake ass ads can tarnish the reputation of the mobile gaming industry as a whole, making it harder for developers who follow ethical practices to compete. What a bunch of shitcock! Okay. Mortal Kombat Advance is the Game Boy Advance port of Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. Well, it's an obvious fighting game developed by Virtue Craft and published by Midway for the Game Boy Advance. Part of the Mortal Kombat series, it is a handheld version of Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. Although it was designed with the intention of evoking the best aspects of the first three games in the series, and especially Mortal Kombat Trilogy. So it allows the players to take control of one of the multiple player characters who fights against a computer-controlled or player-controlled opponent one-on-one. The game allows players to use various combo moves, as well as fatalities at the end of the fight. Due to the Game Boy Advance having fewer buttons in the arcade cabinets, the games originally appeared on the designers had to modify how Mortal Kombat Advance controlled. Well, I'll be damned. The game story is pretty much the same as MK3, UMK3, and MKT. Defeated by the Warriors of Earth, Shao Kahn decides to resurrect the Queen of Edenia, Sindel. At this point, he attacks the Earth with all his soldiers and advisors. The Earth is in danger, and Raiden assembles all possible warriors to counter this threat. Yeah, the objective is to completely deplete the opponent's health bar while preventing them from depleting the player character's health bar. This can be accomplished using both simple attacks as well as combo techniques, which are done using button command combinations. A character must defeat the opponent at least twice in order to win the match. Players are then given either finish him or finish her prompts, at which point they may either attack them normally or perform a button combo to initiate a fatality. Yeah, which ends in a fight in a more brutal way. Well, speaking of fatalities, we'll get to that in just a moment. So, due to the Game Boy Advance featuring only 4 buttons, 2 less than the 6-button system UMK3 relied on, especially with just 2 front buttons and 2 triggers, many special move sequences were consolidated or changed. The game's violence, namely about the blood, was toned down slightly due to the Advance's younger user base. The reduced memory of the Advance further delimited the port. Each character, except for Noob Saibot and the bosses, have only 1 fatality and 1 friendship. The final sequence in which the castle of Shao Kahn explodes is commonly absent from the game. Shao Kahn's lost treasures and stage fatalities were also cut. The stages, the subway, the balcony, the bridge, the bell tower, the temple, the graveyard, Jade's desert, and waterfront were not included, and while the stage, the Lost Bridge, appears in the background of the tower slide, it is not playable. Wow. Yeah, December 12th, 2001 has got to be one of the most fucked up days that any Mortal Kombat fan would even put up with. The Mortal Kombat Advance was heavily criticized for a variety of reasons. The port's unresponsive and condensed control scheme, and the wildly increased CPU difficulty led to the game being nearly universally panned by critics. Other complaints were targeted at the port's graphical downgrades and wonky hitboxes. Electronic Gaming Monthly editor Dan Su gave it the first 0 rating in the magazine's history, and in 2014, GamesRadar included Advance as their 13th worst game of all time. It currently has an aggregated rank of 33% in Metacritic. The poor ratings class Advance as one of the series' worst entries, alongside Mortal Kombat Special Forces. Well, son of a bitch! Well, there are secret and tricks, though. 3 hidden characters can be used by completing any tower than Novice. Yeah, other than Novice. The hidden characters are Human Smoke, Warrior, Motaro, Master, and Shao Kahn, Grandmaster. Yeah, do you really think I give a shit about the fucking secrets and tricks from any game that suck ass? Yeah, that game itself is so unfairly hard that you might want to use the Codebreaker code for an infinite help for player 1. GameFAQs gave this game a rating of the same accuracy as Metacritic. Yeah, 33%. And IGN gave it a 2 out of 10. Well, to me, I gave it a minus 69 out of 10 because how fucking crippled that game looks. Even the music and the graphics look like shit. And sound like shit as well. Nick Thorpe and Darren Jones of Retro Gamer stated that talented developers such as Crawfish Interactive could port games like Street Fighter Alpha 3 to the Game Boy Advance with little loss in playability, and that VirtueCraft made a rather atrocious port of UMK3, noting that the dropped features, the lack of timing in the game's movies, and insane difficulty made the game utter garbage. Yeah, you're fucking right. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, the Go Animate / Vaginal Yawn commentaries, yeah, the styled ones, is just out of fucking place and I'd rather not talk about it ever again. And the mobile game ads, yeah, it's just so misleading that it makes me not want to play any of the goddamn apps on my phone ever again. And as for Mortal Kombat Advance on Game Boy Advance, just stay the fuck away from it. It's just worse than Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero and Special Forces. Even though I'm fine with MK Mythologies, but that's not the point. If you wanted to play a better Mortal Kombat game, I suggest y'all play Mortal Kombat 9, Armageddon, or the most recent Mortal Kombat game you have in modern consoles. Yeah. MindsEye is a 2025 action-adventure game developed by Build a Rocket Boy and published by IO Interactive Partners. In the game, players assume control of Jacob Diaz, a former soldier with a mysterious neutral implant known as the MindsEye, suffering from memory loss and flashbacks. He heads towards the fictional desert metropolis of Red Rock, based on Las Vegas, where he aims to discover the secrets behind this implant. So, this game was released back in June 10th, 2025 for the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. So, let's see how much ass this fucking game sucks. Alright, the gameplay is like this. MindsEye is a linear third-person action game that has a pseudo-open world similar to Mafia Definitive Edition. Red Rock City serves as the game's main playable area, as part of the game creation system everywhere. Players are able to add user-generated content to MindsEye world and create content using Everywhere's tools, with Associate Game Director Adam Whiting comparing the game to custom Minecraft servers. Assets from MindsEye can also be used in other aspects of Everywhere. Okay, the plot goes like this. Jacob Diaz accepts a job offer from the Silva Corporation based in the desert city of Red Rock, though he suffers from memory loss and traumatic flashbacks of a military operation gone wrong 3 years ago. He reports to his superior, Carrie Rigby, and is put straight to work dealing with several of Silva's automated robots which have mysteriously gone rogue. Well, shit. How suck is it gonna be? Well, you just wait until I tell you. However, his true aim is to find the missing scientist Hunter Morrison, whom developed the MindsEye neural implant he received in the military, which was afflicted him with numerous mental and memory issues. He manages to thwart an attempted theft of Silva Corp technology by a mercenary group called Red Sands, whose leader apparently also has a MindsEye implant along with bionic arm. He also rescues a hacker named Charlie Red Sands, whom agrees to assist him in his investigations. Jacob's performance attracts the attention of Silva's Corp eccentric CEO, Marco Silva, whom assigns Jacob to be his personal bodyguard. Okay, While guarding Silva, Jacob learns he has an intense rivalry with Red Rock's mayor, Shiva Vega, whom is an obstacle to his desire to launch rockets to fulfill his dream of interstellar colonization. Colonization? Does this shit have everything to do with some dude's asshole? Yeah, while seeing shit coming out of it? Whatever. After Jacob rescues Silva from a kidnapping attempt by Red Sands, the latter reveals he knew Jacob was looking for answers about the MindsEye and Morrison, and promises to provide them. Silva then reactivates Jacob's MindsEye, allowing him to slowly regain his lost memories as well as improve his control over drones. Okay, Jacob then continues investigating the rogue robots, the conspiracy against Silva, and Morrison's whereabouts. He eventually gets a lead on Morrison at an abandoned mine, but suffers from a flashback where in his last mission 3 years prior, where after exploring mysterious ruins in a cave, he somehow lost control of his drone, which then killed his entire squad. Well, that's a complete disaster if you ask me. His superior, Colonel Lamry, proceeded to forcibly extract his memories from his MindsEye, which is what caused his memory loss. Well, that's a fucking shocker. Jacob later wakes up in Morrison's hidden lab, and Morrison instructs him to install several listening devices around Red Rock in order to communicate with beings dubbed in the Kin. The fuck does that mean? Alright, after ensuring the safety of Silva's Echo 2 rocket, Jacob is instructed by Silva to help him and Rigby confront Vega, who has apparently attempted to steal and sell Silva's code to the military, who is secretly backing Red Sand. They crash the meeting. Jacob is shocked to learn that the mastermind is Lamry. However, before the confrontation can escalate, the Silva robots Vega was attempted to sell suddenly go rogue. Both Silva and Vega are fucking shot. Ah, hell nah! Then Vega accuses Silva of attempting to murder her, while Jacob evacuates Silva to Morrison's lab. Silva admits he sold the MindsEye designed to Lamry, who wants the rest of his tech to complete the program. He then hands Jacob the Echo 2 launch key and requests that he ensure it launches safely. After the Echo 2 launches, Silva reveals the original MindsEye chip that contains Jacob's memories of the ruins is located at his home, but has destroyed every device that tries to connect to it. Ah, fuck. Morrison then activates his devices, which begins to cause robots and technology all over the city to go haywire. Oh my god, is this where AI has been given a bad name? I don't know why am I saying it. Okay, Lamry then arrives and puts Red Rock under martial law, forcing Jacob, Silva, and Morrison to flee to the latter's lab. Studying the rogue robots, they realize some type of virus has been released that is causing their programming to go haywire. Wow, this has gone worse. In addition, Lamry captures Morrison and seizes Silva's factory to build his own army of robots. Jacob recovers a transponder needed to shut down Silva Corp systems, but Charlie sacrifices herself to save him from one of Lamry's men. Oh man, this is not good. I really cannot believe that some person would even have to sacrifice their own life. Well, despite the fact that it's bravery, but that's suicidal, man! Alright, Jacob successfully launches a second rocket with a transponder and tracks Morrison's location to an old archaeological site. I don't know, why am I saying this right? Alright, inside, Jacob realizes that they are the Kin ruins he had originally explored 3 years ago, had witnessed Lamry stealing a Kin orb. Jacob rescues Morrison, and the latter explains that Jacob's contact with the orb changed his DNA to make him part Kin. The next of kin, as I assume? I don't know why am I saying that. As well as the carrier for the virus making robots go rogue, he further explains the Kin are an alien race that exists in a higher dimension. Seeing that more and more robots are converging on the orb, Jacob and Rigby decided to assault Lamry's base to recover it. Lamry boasts that he has been preparing a way for the Kin to invade Earth. Jacob and Rigby managed to kill Lamry, but the robots stole the orb and used it to open the fucking portal to allow the Kin to invade Earth and harvest humanity. Realizing he is considered a kin now, Jacob throws himself into the portal, sacrificing himself, close it, and saving Earth. Damn. Yeah, in the post-credits scene, Rigby searches the scene for Jacob, and one of the robots suddenly reactivates when it hears Rigby calling out Jacob's name. Fuck. Okay, now we got that plot out of its way. Let's talk about the development and release. MindsEye was developed by Build a Rocket Boy, a studio based in Edinburgh, Scotland. Leslie Benzies, known for his work for the Grand Theft Auto series, served as the game's director. The game was created as a proof of concept for Everywhere, a game creation tool. It was envisioned as a premium experience set entirely within free-to-play Everywhere platform. In 2023, it was revealed that by the team that MindsEye would be an episodic game. Each episode of MindsEye would be set in different time periods and parts of the universe, though the episodes would be connected by an overarching narrative. MindsEye was described by a team as a cinematic, story-focused game, one that would last for about 20 hours. The narrative would explore themes such as artificial intelligence, technology, greed, and corruption. Alright, it was first tested at the end of the Everywhere teaser at Gamescom 2022. A full teaser for the game was released on March 23, 2023. On October 16, 2024, it was announced that IO Interactive, the developers behind the Hitman series, would publish the game under its newly establishing publishing label, IO Interactive Partners. In the lead up to release, advanced review codes were not given out. The chief legal officer and chief financial officer at Build a Rocket Boy left the company a week before release. Well, just to avoid backlash to see how ass this game sucks, this game was released. Okay, yeah, I already said that. Yeah, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, Windows, and Windows were released. Yeah, I said that earlier. Okay, so MindsEye received generally unfavorable reviews from critics, according to review aggregator website Metacritic, where the game had the lowest score among all games a week after its release. OpenCritic determined that 6% of critics recommended the game, and Luke Riley of IGN described it as simply not ready to be released. And GameSpot's Richard Wakeling called it stringent and relentlessly dull. Aaron Byrne from Push Square called it a broken, boring mess of a game that has somehow been allowed out in the world. While The Guardian's Christian Donlan, was more positive, stating that despite all its failings, he rarely disliked playing it. The game also launched to mostly negative to mixed user reviews on Steam. Wakeling described the game's missions as having a formulaic design, calling him both archaic, I don't know why am I saying this, and uninspired. And Riley said that they were restrictive and dull. Games Radar Plus review Alan Wen called them a reminder of the worst GTA missions, noting their failure-prone name. Outside of the missions, Wakeling called the world pointless, and Wen criticized the lifeless desert city, with the latter stating that many characters failed to positively react to the player's actions. The combat was also received negatively. Eurogamer writer Rick Lane thought it was the worst I've encountered in a big-budget game in at least a decade, with haphazard enemies, and Riley described it plain and janky. Well, fucking hell. I didn't know that this game would stoop this fucking low. Yeah, he's gonna take you back to the past where to play shitty games that suck ass. Oh shit. Oh my god, now we have to wait for a few more years for the angry video game nerd to review this piece of fucking garbage. Okay, so Build a Fucking Rocket Bitch has released multiple patches after launch in order to fix some of the worst performance issues reported by players. Following the game's negative reception and reports of refunds, it was reported that Build a Rocket Fuck had begun the redundancy process, where over 100 employees could be affected. By July 2025, nearly 300 employees received at-risk redundancy emails. On October 10th, several current and former Build a Rocket ass developers posted an open letter criticizing the studio's leadership, with claims of a toxic workplace and mistreatment of staff by the studio executives. Developers demanded a goddamn public apology from MindsEye and the co-CEO Mark Gerhard. Fuck! As well as the damn proper compensation for the laid-off employees. Or rather, a fucking goddamn proper constipation! Later the same day, the Independent Workers' Union of Great Britain sued Bill the Rocket Deadbeat for mishandling layoffs. Wow. Talk about the fucking ultimate curse that Bill the fucking shit ass has got to this motherfucker. Yeah, I could say that this game sucks. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, I do not recommend playing MindsEye on any of the fucking systems that had anything to do with that. So if you wanted to play a better action-adventure game, just go stick with Grand Theft Auto or Mafia or Saints Row. But stay the fuck away from MindsEye. Just stay the hell away. It's a complete frustrating mess. Well, my fellow peeps, I've enjoyed 2025 as much as y'all did. Yeah, especially in real life and in social medias. But there are 5 things that kept the year from being 100% perfect. So what? Perfectionism can go fuck itself. Yeah. My friend NatureFan98 has requested me to rant on 5 bad things about 2025. So about the asinine internet ID policies, Disney teaming up with AI, inflation getting worse, movies getting worse too, and cyberbullies kept trying to cancel people we know, and mostly for no good reason whatsoever when it comes to a little things that's not a big deal. Whatever. But what you're going to listen to will be halfway different, and I hope NF98 doesn't mind. So, without further any ado-ass shit, let's get into this bitch. Okay, starting off with number 5, brain rot. In internet culture, the term brain rot describes digital media deemed to be of low quality or value. The term also more broadly refers to the harmful effects associated with excessive or disordered use of digital media, especially short-form entertainment and doom scrolling, popularized by generations Z and Alpha social media users. The term has since entered mainstream usage. Yeah, way to start pissing the mainstream with that shit. Taking a different approach, one researcher whom interviewed Norwegian 16 and 17-year-olds about the term has argued that brain rot is best understood as a way that young people participate in social media, utilizing deliberately non-productive messaging as a means of resisting the pressures of productivity and self-optimization. Well, what the fuck should I point fingers at when it comes to brain rot? Well, obviously not Coco Melon, so I'm leaving that franchise out of this because I am not in the mood for a preschool hate. At least not anymore. Skibidi Toilet? Oh, wow. That's some brain rot bullshit. 6, 7? Ugh. That is just a fucking massive curse to the number of 69. And it has no fixed meaning whatsoever. Steal a brain rot? A video game based on Italian brain rot. And these brain-rotten AI images of other people's faces around social media? Dude, what the bull-fucking hell? That's considered cyberbullying in my opinion. Using someone else's real-life faces for brain-rot purposes without consent, in my opinion, is cyberbullying. So what the hell? Just for this bullshit, I will never, ever show my own fucking face in my videos ever again. And number 4, AI-generated content. According to Google AI Overview, yeah, I'm using Google AI Overview for research purposes. AI-generated content was good at first, but nowadays it has turned into a hobby that's considered to be fucking a lazy-ass hobby and plagiarism. How come? People opposed AI-generated content due to fears of job displacement for creatives, concerns about authenticity and originality, the potential for spreading misinformation, deepfakes, issues with bias and plagiarism from training data, and a general sense that it lacks human soul, emotion, and context, devaluing human effort and creativity. Yeah, especially the ones that are stolen and art theft without giving original artists a fucking credit. Yeah, I believe that NitroFan98 has found out the reasons why he left DeviantArt and refused to come back. There are also worries about privacy and the potential for AI to become uncontrollable, alongside the sheer, overwhelming volume of low-quality content. Yeah, AI slop. Especially when it comes to imperfect shit that doesn't go as planned. And so, yeah, AI threatens writers, artists, designers, and coders by automating tasks, potentially making human labor redundant or devalued. And AI flips to the traditional effort equals worth model, where something created instantly by AI feels less valuable than something taking hours of human work. And the lack of human touch is the AI content is often seen as soulless, generic, repetitive, and lacking a unique perspective, emotion, or backstory that connects audiences to human-made art. And AI makes creating convincing fake news, images, and videos, videos easy, making it harder to discern truth or potentially damaging reputations. Especially making up pornographic shit without fucking consent. Alright, number 3, natural disasters. I'm just gonna say 2 of them. Palisades fire. Yeah, my apologies for the mispronunciation. The Palisades fire was a highly destructive wildfire that began in the Santa Monica Mountains of Los Angeles County in January 7th, 2025. And grew to destroy large areas of Pacific Palisades, Topanga, and Malibu before it was fully contained at the end of January of last year. Yeah, on the 31st, one of a series of wildfires in Southern California driven by extremely powerful Santa Ana winds. It spread to 37 square miles, killed 12 people, and destroyed over 6,800 structures, making it the 10th deadliest and 3rd most destructive California wildfire on record, and the most destructive to occur in the history of the city of Los Angeles. The fire burned simultaneously with the similarly destructive Eaton fire at the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains. Well, that's a big fucking disaster. I wonder what the hell happened to the only you can prevent wildfire shit. Where the hell is Smokey the Bear when you need him? On October 8th, federal authorities arrested a man in Florida and charged him with 3 felony counts of arson, alleging that he set an earlier fire on January 1st using a combustible material that was not fully extinguished and later reignited to become the Palisades fire. That's okay, so that's the first shit. And now the second disaster, the natural one, Hill Country, Texas. On July 4th, 2025, during the making of Character Elimination Season 6, destructive and deadly flooding took place in the Hill Country region in the U.S. state of Texas. Yeah, Texas, my fucking hometown! During the flooding, water levels along the Guadalupe River rose rapidly. As a result, at least 135 people were killed, at least 117 of them in Kirk County. The flooding was caused by mesoscale convective vortex with enhanced tropical moisture. The grocery chain H-E-B deployed its mobile kitchens and disaster relief trucks, committing a $5 million donation to aid and recovery. All Hands and Hearts partnered with Airbnb to support first responders, search and rescue teams, and families who survived the floods, with Airbnb providing emergency temporary housing for first responders, people looking for missing loved ones, wanting to stay near search and rescue efforts, and residents with heavily damaged or destroyed homes, working with local nonprofits to identify those in greatest need. Walmart, its foundation, and Sam's Club partnered up to support communities in South and Central Texas after the floods. These three companies and organization committed up to $500,000 in grants and donations, including up to $250,000 match of customer and member donations through online or in stores and clubs in Texas. Okay, number 2, inflation and tariff problems. Oh my god. The US inflation problems have gotten fucking goddamn worse. It's because of the fucking tariffs raising prices. Yeah, not only the inflation, but also the tariff prices. Expect higher costs for beef, eggs, sugar, sweets, and non-alcoholic drinks. A bird flu outbreak significantly drove up egg prices, impacting grocery stores and restaurants. Drug manufacturers increased prices for many medications, including vaccines, cell therapies, and specialty drugs. And tariffs are leading to higher retail prices for many imported items, with distributors reticketing products for higher costs. Prices for dining out to continue to rise, increasing by around 3.9% year over year in the late of 2025. Housing costs and other services contribute to overall inflation, with all the items CPI showing consistent increases. Restaurants especially. Take McDonald's for example. Hamburger, $2.09. Cheeseburger, $2.19. McChicken, $2.89. Hot and spicy McChicken, $3.19. McCrispy, $5.69. $5.69 for a single McCrispy? Bruh. That's still pricey, and that's not the same as it used to be back in 2020. Oh my god. Number 1. Have I saved the worst for last? Jesus Christ, the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Ugh. I can't believe I'm gonna drag you peeps into this fucking disaster again. This is terrible. I cannot believe I'm saying this again. On September 10th, 2025, while on stage at Utah Valley University at Orem, Utah for the TPUSA event, the American Comeback Tour, Charlie Kirk was fatally shot in the fucking neck. This unforgivable shooting took place at 12:23 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. Is it MDT? I really don't know. Around 20 minutes after the event began, in front of an audience of about 3,000 people, Charlie Kirk was taken to Timpanogos Regional Hospital in critical condition, where he was pronounced dead later that afternoon. Authorities arrested the suspected shooter, 22-year-old Tyler James Robinson, in Washington, Utah, on September 12th. Oh my god. Well, shit. 4 days later, on September 16th, he was subsequently charged with aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury, 2 counts of obstruction of justice, 2 counts of witness tampering, and commission of a violent offense in the presence of a child. Jesus Christ! On December 11th, the accused made a first in-person appearance in court before Judge Tony Graff. Why the fuck did Tyler James Robinson did this to Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk had a great family, great career, great net worth, and it's all taken away because of Tyler. He just violated one of the 10 commandments from God. And the part where more than 69 grams of salt poured on an opened wound is... Some celebrities and other cancel culturists have the nerve to celebrate his death, mocked his death, and someone even did a disrespectful imitation of his death. Well, they got karma for that, which is getting expelled from school and universities, getting fired from their jobs, getting sued by Kirk's family for emotional damages if there is one. Yeah, please correct me if the lawsuit never happened, but I wish it did. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, despite the fact that I enjoyed 2025, but when we're thinking about 5 bad things that I mentioned in that past year, I wish those never happened. I also wish the war between Russia and Ukraine would fucking end by now. If any of you peeps do not like this year, your opinions are tolerated. Okay, you peeps. Looks like we have the 24th installation of this double Rant House shit show. So this is going to be the last one for the 6th season, and it'll show up back soon on a 7th one. So, we got 2 segments that sucked major dick right out of pencil necks, cum splattering ass. And I'm talking about segment number 1, Video Brinquedo, requested by Nitro Fan 98. And segment number 2 is Skull Island, Rise of Kong, requested by Artada the Tiger Flareon. So, why are these 2 segments suck dick? Well, I'll tell you the reasons why those 2 segments suck dick. So without any further ado to ass shit, let's get on with these 2 failed aborted sons of bitches. Okay, Video Brinquedo, also known as Toyland Video or Toy Video in English, formerly known as Spot Films. It is a Brazilian animation studio based in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Known for producing animated films widely viewed as fucking cheap-ass mockbusters of comparable and more successful films from studios such as Disney, Pixar, DreamWorks, 20th Century Studios, and Blue Sky. The company was founded in 1995 as a Brazilian subsidiary of the American distributor Spot Films to distribute animation in its home market of Brazil, then seemingly split up and became Video Brinquedo in 2004. Later on in 2006, they expanded to North America with the falling costs of DVD duplication and packaging and easier access to language translation services. Most of Video Brinquedo's films are still available on DVD and streaming services. Yeah, which is a big-ass criminal of a fucking option to have that. Though it is unclear who the current owners of the studio's output are. Okay, the background goes like this. For its first 9 years, Video Brinquedo distributed Portuguese-dubbed home video releases such as Sonic X, The Little Lulu Show, in the Brazilian market. Yeah, etc. Damn it. One of the studio's early distributions was the obscure, religious-themed cartoon Kingdom Under the Sea, Portuguese Reino Submarino, which experienced an increase of sales following the release of the 2003 Pixar Finding Nemo. Kingdom Under the Sea and Finding Nemo shared several similarities, such as the presence of a clownfish and a story centered on a parent-child relationship. Oh, what the hell? Are you fucking serious? A rip-off of Finding Nemo? As a result of its sales, Video Brinquedo wanted to start not only distributing cartoons, but also create their own. Yeah, by the meaning of their own, we're talking about that fucking mockery of the original source, where they don't give credit to any of the companies that we know, since we were kids. Okay, Video Brinquedo's first animations were traditional 2D animations, based on public domain fairy tales such as Pinocchio and the Three Little Pigs. Oh, you really think that the Big Bad Wolf would even watch that shit? Along with the Three Little Pigs? Well, when it comes to Video Brinquedo, not by the hair of their chinny chin chin, but with the scripts that modernized the characters. Yeah, they later expanded to 3D animation, their first 3D animated film being The Little Cars, Portuguese title Os Carrinhos, loosely based on the 2006 Pixar animated film Cars. Originally aimed at children between 2 and 3 years old, the film sold over 1 million copies in its first month in Brazil, as well as over 5,000 copies per week in the United States at stores like Walmart. What a complete mockery. That's most illogical. The original idea of the company was to jump on trends raised by the major studios at start production of animation 2 to 3 years in advance. With the company borrowing ideas established in Hollywood, company director Mauricio Milani stated, "We try to imagine what it will be in advance. The films are often only just over 40 minutes in length, the minimum required to quality as a feature film in awards qualification. Their films' English dubbed cast such as The Little Panda Fighter featured voice actors from 4Kids Entertainment." Damn! Originally released with a Portuguese language soundtrack, Many of Video Brinquedo's titles were co-produced with Rexmore Company in Brazil and distributed in North America by Branscombe International, Morning Star Entertainment with English and Spanish soundtracks, Bright Spark Productions in the UK, and Jansen Media on Amazon Prime Video. Ah, Jesus Christ. Well, how cringeworthy do you think this looks? Okay, so Pinocchio and Rapunzel. Wait. Okay, Pinocchio was released in 2004, then 2005 Rapunzel. The Little Cars 1 and 2, entitled, respectively, or rather disrespectively, entitled In the Great Race, Rudolph's Adventures are the ripoff of Cars, Ratatouille, ripoff of Ratatouille, Gladiformers, Transformers, Little Bee, the Bee Movie, Little Princess School, Disney Princess, The Frog Prince, ripoff of The Princess and the Frog. Oh my fucking god! Okay, besides producing its own animated movies, Video Brinquedo has also distributed DVDs of foreign cartoons including, Sonic X, Little Lulu, The Adventures of Super Mario Bros. 3, Back Fake, and Fairy Tale films made by Video Treasures, now Anchor Bay Entertainment. One of its most controversial distributions is Mega Powers, a Brazilian production of Intervalo Produções that is similar to the series Power Rangers and Super fucking Sentai. So, Video Brinquedo's animated films have been criticized for copying other mainstream animated films, as well as for their poor animation, voice acting, and writing, which seems that merely exist as filter, so the film's runtime could qualify as feature-length. Eric Henriksen, reporter from the Portland Mercury, criticized Video Brinquedo as being the laziest and cheapest movie studio of all time, due to similarities between its releases and the films of other animation studios such as Pixar. And then Marco Aurelio Canoncio, or Conico, Marcio of Folha de S. Paulo, who criticized Little Cars series as a copy of the Pixar film Cars, and likewise Ratatouille, discussed whether lawsuits from Pixar would appear. The Brazilian Ministry of Culture posted Marco's article on its website. Virgin Media also stated, even by the ocean floor scraping standards of Video Brinquedo, it's a shameless knockoff. Disney's legal department was contacted by a reporter through a spokesperson about a potential lawsuit but did not comment. And Video Brinquedo's 2009 film, What's Up? Balloon to the Rescue, a mockbuster based on Pixar's Up, was voted the worst movie of the 2000s by users on Letterboxd. The film has been criticized for its inclusion of racial stereotypes, most notably a Chinese character. In 2011, it was removed from Toronto Public Library due to the complaints about being offensive and racist. Wow, that company does suck major dick! Skull Island Rise of Kong is a 2023 action-adventure video game developed by Iguana B and published by Game Mail Entertainment. This game is based on the King Kong novels by DeVito Artworks. That game was officially announced on July 20th, 2023 after being leaked a day earlier. It was released on October 17th of the same year for the PlayStations 4, 5, Nintendo Switch 1, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, PC, and PCs via Steam. The game received... I'll go with the fucking reception once I say important shit first. Okay, this game combines brawler combat with exploration gameplay, following Kong as he travels across this titular island after the death of his parents. Kong can perform a light attack, heavy attack, or a damn targeted super jump and can heal by collecting edible plants. Enemies include both the island's basic wildlife and several named bosses faced in dedicated arenas. Alright, so what's going on with this game? Alright. Well, the development, Joe DeVito, writer and illustrator of the novel Kong, King of Skull Island, was involved in the development of the game. He stated, "I could not be more excited to be working with Game Mail Entertainment's talented team that will provide both King Kong fans and gamers the chance to experience King Kong's primordial world in a gamified way." Okay, so according to Bennett Perry from the Game Grin website, he types down, "However, you wouldn't be able to squeeze out the narrative for the life of you. besides the fragmented cutscenes with the worst audio I've ever heard. In the first opening sequence, I thought it was a designed choice to make the exposition sound like it's being played from an old recording due to the game being based in the late 1800s. The audio of a softly speaking voice actor, so soft you can't hear what they're saying, with the sound technicians leaving popped PS in the recording like amateurs is off-putting. The audio levels and the quality of them are a major issue of Skull Island Rise of Kong. Sound effects like running where the sound effect loops, jumping and landing, and fighting are all muffled, which makes everything else around Kong, like other animals in the environment, sound like they're up to 11. Where Kong's audio is done correctly, as I bet it was the first thing the team worked on, is his roar. His roar has multiple uses in the game. It's used to locate where the objective is. Your only map is a JPEG on the menu screen, lit up by colored fireworks to knock back enemies in combat. When the gorilla face on the HUD is filled, enter a rage mode that buffs Kong with added perks. Once the meter depletes, you revert back to slap fighting, interchanged with rolling, or a game of chase me while I spam throw rocks at your face. Your only two choices in battle, including the boss fights. You regain health by collecting purple planes scattered around the map and performing finisher moves on dazed or damaged. Yeah, glowing red. Enemies, where you can get back some of your health by pressing the grab trigger. Yeah, in my playthrough it only worked when I spammed the trigger. And on the large crab enemies, where you need to get behind them to activate the move. It looks like Kong is grabbing a handful of them. Oh my god. Okay, so let's see what he says. What else he says? On that note, the animations and visuals of Skull Island Rise of Kong are broken, in the sense where the development team has presented something somewhat decent, it's followed by a mix of unintentional humor and broken assets. Starting with the animation, Kong himself can look pretty good for the art style, in his mean and fighting stance. But in his idle stance, the wheel is turning, but the hamster's dead. It fits nicely. Another example is the end of the boss fight where Kong does some kick-ass moves to bring down the creature twice his size, which is followed by a still-shot dream sequence of Kong's family. Yeah, where Daddy Kong reassures Baby Kong by what is meant to be a head pat, grabbing the back of Kong's head. One flick of the wrist would end the game before it began. When it comes to enemy animations, they moved on scripted pathways, stopping for a second, then moving again. They look too video gamey to be realistic. In combat, they telegraph their attacks long enough to dodge or block them. A design choice that is only implemented for games catered to children. That being said, it is safe to say that Skull Island Rise of Kong is just another rushed children's game for parents, whom just want to occupy their kids during the holidays to buy for their darling angels. If the colorful textures and graphics don't sell it enough, the game doesn't show blood. Another selling point is that the game looks like a moving comic book. Everything from Kong, plants, and the scenery has black outline, and the vibrant color palettes of each map lights up what is a dull environment of randomly placed junk like rocks, plants, and poorly rendered textures. Many times I would be running and the game was desperately trying to load the textures and removing frog from assets. Though the third map, which I don't think anyone will get to out of pure boredom, is designed to hide smaller mobs and thick brush, so you'll have to navigate the jungle floor and sky for ambushes. It might have been the most fun I had playing besides making monkey sounds when I started to get bored an hour in. Yeah, I know how Bennett Perry feels when he played this shitty game that suck ass. Skull Island Rise of Kong received generally unfavorable reviews for the PC version, according to review aggregator website Metacritic. 10% of critics recommend the game, according to OpenCritic. Phil Hornshaw of IGN described the game as ugly and full of bugs, stating that, at its core, it's just boring. It makes no meaningful attempts to do anything new or clever. Shunel Doak of Gaming Bolt said that the game has terrible visuals, some downright horrendous gameplay and level design that seems to be more keen on wasting your time rather than presenting you with any interesting challenges or rewards. In one particular cutscene that was spread online via Twitter, King Kong has a flashback to his past while encountering an enemy, with a static image being presented on screen to represent the flashback before Kong attacks the enemy. Kong's animation was described by Zach Zwiezen, damn it, of Kotaku, as being equivalent to a broken animatronic on some long-forgotten abandoned Disney ride. Wow, what a tough luck for this fucking game to be released. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, Video Brinkado has given the animation studio business a very bad name. And as for Skull Island Rise of Kong, it has given the franchises of Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong, and King Kong a very bad fucking name. So I do not recommend any videos from Video Brinkado, and I also do not recommend Skull Island Rise of Kong. Yeah, those two segments suck major dick, and so stay the fuck away from them. Okay, my fellow peeps, looks like we have the last triple salute house installation for this fucking season, and on the next one we're gonna continue. But yeah, right now we have 3 segments that really grinds the fucking shit out of my ass. And those 3 segments are segment number 1, that fucking TikTok bullshit cringeworthy ass song by Keisha, requested by Darius Rosavere via Instagram. Segment number 2, ad games requested by Artada the Dragon Flareon. Artada the Tiger Flareon via MeWe. And segment number 3, Doom on the Sega 32 fucking X. Yeah, these 3 segments really don't stand up in a good way, or none of that damn shit. Well, one of them were at the time, but nowadays it's just brain rot. Okay, let's just get on with this bullshit. Oh my fucking god, I cannot believe I'm doing this. Okay, TikTok is the debut solo single by an American singer, Keisha, whom co-wrote the song with its producers, Dr. Luke and Benny Blanco. It was released on August 7th, 2009, as the lead single from her debut studio album, Animal. According to Keisha, the song's lyrics are representative of her and based on her life. In the lyrics, which have a carefree message, the narrator talks about not letting anything bring them down. Yeah, I know how to keep myself prevented from letting anything bringing them down, but I know the one that is true facts. You can't bring me down by suicidal tendencies. That's the track I'd be better off listening to. So what the fuck? Alright, this fucking cringeworthy track is an electro pop and dance pop song incorporating autotune and the minimalist bit pop beat interspersed with hand claps and synthesizers. The verses use a rap-sing vocal style with the chorus and bridge is sung. Some critics complimented the production as catchy, but others took issue with it as generic and disposable compared to the mainstream pop music scene. Okay, so this fucking music bullshit track incorporates the sounds of 80s video game noises in its production to earn a bit pop beat. Keisha uses a spoken word rap style in the verses while the chorus is sung. Throughout the song, Keisha's vocals are heavily enhanced by autotune. The song also features 2 lines of P. Diddy, "Hey, what up, girl?" which is said after he is mentioned in the lyrics, "and let's go." Ugh. Lyrically, the song speaks about excess pleasures from drinking. Ain't got a care in the world, but I got plenty of beer. To men, we kick them to the curb unless they look like Mick Jagger. According to Keisha, the lyrics are representative of herself, stating, "It's about my life. It's 100% me." Keisha uses rap vocal delivery, which was influenced by the Beastie Boys. Yeah, I'd be better off listening to No Sleep Till Brooklyn or Brass Monkey, or hell, Intergalactic Planetary, Intergalactic, motherfucker. She claims that the track's creation would not have happened if it was not for their influence on her music. While the song was being crafted, she took a different vocal approach to the song. Then in her earlier records explaining, I've done the country, I've done the pop rock, done the super hard electro. I was like, whatever, throw some rap in there, why not? This song is in common time with a moderate beat rate of 120 beats per minute. The song is set in the key of D minor. It has a sequence, the sequence of B and C, DM as its chord progression, and Keisha's vocals span from D3 to D5, similar to that of California Girls by Katy fucking Perry. Oh my fucking god, oh my Jesus, did Keisha just knock that off? Musically, the song has been compared to Lady Gaga's debut single, Just Dance. Yeah, gonna be okay. Go fuck yourself! For their similar composition and lyrical context to the... Oh yeah, and to Fergie for their similar rap style. Oh shit. Okay, in July 2009, the song was offered as a free download on Keisha's MySpace page for over a month before its official safe release. Damn it! Sale release! The song was later released to iTunes on August 7th and August 25th. In the United States, Barry Weiss of RCA Jive label group, jive-ass motherfucker, relied on a similar marketing scheme of that Britney Spears in 1999 when chosen to give the song away for free. The song's marketing relied heavily on radio once she had achieved a strong online interest, but its radio release was delayed until October in order to capitalize on social media interest in her. Oh my god, I really cannot stand this. Yeah, even that track was featured in the 2011 film Diarrhea of a Wimpy Kid, Roderick Rules, and that notorious couch gag. Yeah, the cringeworthy ass couch gag for the television show The Simpsons. Yeah, and that's also featured in Big Mama's 3, Like Father, Like Son. Yeah, it debuted on number 79 at Billboard Hot 100. So, it broke the record for the highest U.S. single week sales by a female artist, selling over 610,000 digital downloads. Just behind her feature on Flo Rida's Right Round, which had sold 636,000 downloads on its opening week. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, I really do not give a shit if it's peak, if it's no capped shit. It's cringeworthy, and I consider it brain rot. Yeah, I hope this fucking cringeworthy track would never come back in my life, because I really hate that kind of music. So, I'm a fucking metalhead, damn it! AdGames Cloud Holdings Incorporated is an American video game and console manufacturer known for their Legends Ultimate Arcade and creating the Connected Arcade. Since 2011, they have produced and marketed the Atari licensed dedicated home video game console series, Atari Flashback, under the license from Atari. Oh yeah, and they also made those shitty ass dedicated compilation consoles, yeah, for the Sega Genesis, the Intellivision, and ColecoVision. So, why should we rant on this fucking company, perhaps? Alright, it was founded in 2001 in Bermuda, and since then it has gone to distribute its products across the world. Yeah, at least it's not located in the Bermuda Triangle. You know what? Speaking of the Bermuda Triangle, I really wish that we would send every AdGames Sega Genesis console to that fucking shit. Okay, contrary to popular belief, AdGames products typically use the Red Kit clone chip, referred to as Firecore, created by Digital Media Cartridge, a subsidiary of the company. AdGames manufactures their own consoles, which typically match to emulate Sega Genesis, Game Gear, and Master Systems hardware to varying degrees of accuracy. Their operations are surprisingly large, with a number of systems on chips being produced by Digital Media Cartridge in the last 10 years. Though responsible for the hardware and often happy to place their name on units, much of AdGames' product range are distributed by smaller companies across the world, who in turn tend to give the products their own branding. Okay, so in January 2005, AdGames entered an agreement with Sega, which granted that company and sole an exclusive right to license Sega titles for plug-and-play systems. Following this agreement, However, AdGames merely used these rights to demand royalty cuts from competing manufacturers, somewhat like a patent troll, but for the Sega IP rights themselves. And 2 months later, AdGames contacted both Jack Pacific and Radica, demanding AdGames licensing for prior Sega licensed consoles. While Jack Pacific accepted these terms, Radica declined it. It held a meeting with Sega, threatening legal action if AdGames practices continued. Sega agreed with Radica, now informing AdGames that they could not sublicense the Sega's IPs to competing manufacturers. However, AdGames filed a lawsuit against Radica surrounding the matter, claiming Sega and Radica's meeting interfered with their plans. Okay, this exact outcome of the lawsuit is unknown. However, many Sega systems sub-licensed at AdGames followed shortly thereafter, including the Coleco and TechnoSource systems. This implies the case of somewhat ruled in AdGames' favor. Most, if not all, following Sega plug-and-play devices state that they are produced under license by AdGames Holdings Limited in the manual's packaging. Okay, so what the hell do we have these here? Yeah, I'm naming them from the Sega Retro website. Play Pal, Plug and Play, Arcade Gamer, Arcade Portable, Gamer Classic, Gamer Portable, Motion Classic, Brand Games Color, Mega Drive Twin Pads, Genesis Gen Core, Gen Mobile, Retro Gen, Reactor, Arcade Master, Arcade Motion Duel, Sega Mega Drive Flashback. Oh shit. Yeah, I have noticed that AdGames has made every Sega Genesis console, the dedicated ones, but what they emulated was very fucking poorly. Every single one of them are just shit. Alright, according to Samuel Floyd and the Vintage Gamers website, the AdGames Sega Genesis Classic Game Console, he just purchased it a few years ago from a thrift store and wasn't too surprised by the product's quality. Sure, it functioned as a nice little plug-and-play that allowed me to play nearly any Genesis game I wanted from an SD card, but the whole thing felt more just another cheap Nintendo Wii knockoff gimmick. A few short years later, AdGames tried to recidify the situation by offering up the Sega Genesis Classic Game Console. Given the reputation, as well as my experience with their products, would this little Sega Genesis clone fare any better? Oh, the wireless controllers, total of 80 games. Yeah, which were Sega Genesis games, and the other half being yet again more worthless games tossed at and that nobody really asked for. Yeah, built-in Sega games are fairly good titles, nothing spectacular. Yeah, and booting up the console, tracking down his cartridge. Yeah, worst quality junk you'll ever suffer through. Yeah, it's smaller than the Majesco Sega Genesis 3 console. And so, taking its pros and cons from an example of, the AdGames Sega Genesis 60-in-1. So, according to Shigs in the Sega Bits website, the pros, the compact design makes it easy to fit in a small area. 6 button controllers work well. Yeah, it contains rare Genesis games, $30, and most of the fucking cons is the sound emulation is horrible, composite-only audio and video cables, seems to speed up certain games, the buttons on the controllers are loud and snappy until you break them in. Wow, is that made of cheap plastic? One controller didn't work at all, so it had to be returned. 20 really good Sega titles were taken out from the 80-in-1 package. Only one Sonic title, despite Sonic and Friends being plastered all over the box. Yeah, and no substitute for real Genesis. Man, this is a fucking complete mess. Way to give Sega a bad name, AdGames. Yeah, I cannot believe that we're ranting on the Sega Genesis 32X version of Doom, which is a 1993 first-person shooter game developed and published by id Software, originally for the PC, and Doom is one of the most widely ported video games. Since the PC version, it has been released officially for a number of operating systems, video game consoles, and handheld game consoles and other devices. Yeah, some of the ports are replications of the MS-DOS version. Why the hell am I saying this? Let's just cut this shit. Okay, the Sega 32X version of Doom was developed and published by Sega and was released on November 21st, 1994. Yeah, is it part of the launch day of the 32X? Well, the 32X add-on itself was released on that day, so the joke's on me. Okay, it was developed and published by Sega. It features 17 of the 18 levels from the first 2 episodes, but none from episode 3. This version lacks multiplayer support, does not play in a full screen, and only has the front sprites for the monsters. 10 levels are missing from the original version, twice as many missing levels as any other version of the game. A DOS prompt shows up after the credits roll if the player finishes the game, either using cheats or starting from any level other than the first one, locking up the game. Similarly, the secret level cannot be accessed in these scenarios. Due to the lack of the third episode, the big fucking gun 9000 can only be obtained through the use of cheats. And due to poor use of the YM2612, sound chip, this version's soundtrack is considered inferior to that of other versions, and many of the sound effects are missing. Oh shit, I remember watching the Angry Video Game Nerd episode of that stupid-ass add-on, and that stupid-ass port of that underrated badass game, and that soundtrack of that game itself, it does sounded like shit. Yeah, could you hear all the farts and queefs and piss sounds? It's just out of line, man. As with most mid-90s console ports, the levels come from the Atari Jaguar version. So this version does not feature the Cyber Demon, the Spider Mastermind, or the Spectre. There is a level select option that allows the player to start on any of the first 15 levels, although there is no way to save the game or settings. Oh, the biggest con ever with that. Okay, in 1995, the Sega 32X version of the game was given a score of 30 out of 40 by Famicom Sushin. Yeah, you know what, I just give that 32X console, the 32X version, a fucking 3. Yeah, a 30 out of 100 because it does not play as good as the original Doom, or the one on PlayStation for that matter. And no, we're not going to count on the Atari Jaguar's version of Doom when it comes to music. Well, newsflash, jerk off, there is no fucking music in the Atari Jaguar version. Even the graphics look just as good as it gets, but it doesn't cut the damn thing. Okay, so I'm reading this article from Michael Fitzgerald about the Doom 32X shit, and he wrote, "This was actually one of the rare times that I truly found the original Doom scary, with enemies catching me unawares of cornering me more than once. Some of the lightning in the game is done rather well, especially in darkened areas where enemies lurk around corners, waiting to rip you limb from limb." Yeah, I could see that, Michael. I just spent like $39 for a PlayStation 1 version of Doom, and it was all worth it, despite the fact that it's hard as fuck, no matter how easy or hard the difficulty in-game gets. Well, I'm glad I enjoyed the living hell out of that PS1 version. Okay, so the lack of the multiplayer, it's because there's limitations on the multiplayer support being taken out, and so does the damn levels. Yeah, limitations, man. Although the reviews of that game is good, I'd be better off staying the hell away from that. Yeah, especially when the Sega 32X version of Doom has that poopy fart shit ass music soundtrack. That caca-poo-poo motherfucker. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, TikTok by Keisha is one of the worst music tracks I've ever listened to, and I'm sure as hell never going to watch that shit ever again. Because if I feel like watching Big Mama's 3, I'd be better off muting the entire song because I just cannot stand it. And as for the ad games company, including the ones that has anything to do with the Sega Genesis, with that emulation, I'm staying the hell away from that damn consoles because they suck ass. And as for the Sega 32X version of Doom, well, you could play it, your mileage may vary, but I recommend playing the PC and the PlayStation 1 version, at the very fucking least. Oh man. Looks like we're about to rant on one of the worst pay-per-views in WCW history, which I did not know until I read the articles about this pay-per-view. And yeah, I'm talking about Bash at the Beach. Yeah, the Bash at the Beach 2000, which is the 7th and final Bash at the Beach pay-per-view event produced by WCW. It took place on Sunday, July 9th, 2000, from the Ocean Center in Daytona Beach, Florida. Damn, that's just 2 weeks. 2 weeks before I had a second birthday, and that was during WWE's third and final fully loaded pay-per-view. So, you want to know how much ass this pay-per-view sucks? Well, let's get into this bitch, so without any further ado to ask shit about that. Alright, according to Bob Calling Jr. and written by Arnold Furious from the Wrestling Recaps website, we start out in the parking lot as Ernest the Cat Miller arriving, and he tells M.I. fucking Smooth, his limo driver at the time, that there will be no interference in the Cruiserweight match. The Cat beats off the Jung Dragons in the tribute to Inspector Klo Xiao, my apologies for the mispronunciation, versus Kato. Which isn't funny because the Cat doesn't have the charisma to carry it off. Hosts for this are Tony Schiavone, Scott Hudson, and that fucking smartass Mark Madden. Yeah, just as smartass as Michael Cole. From the Attitude Era, of course. Okay, so the opening bout is the Cruiserweight title. Juventud Guerrera, the Cruiserweight champion, versus the challenger, Chavo Guerrero. The filthy animals are in Juvi's corner, and Chavo has the MIA in his corner. And it turns out that Juvi stole the belt and Chavo is actually the champion. Well, he is actually billed as Lieutenant Loco. Everyone is ejected from the ringside, including Major Guns. So Juvi goes into the overselling right from the off. I get the feeling he's doped up to the eyeballs by this point, and stalling. They fight over a suplex and Juvi takes it to the floor. And Juvi stalls some more and gets him caught in a tilt-a-whirl backbreaker for 2. For some reason, the crowd is still hot, but I note that half of the arena is blacked out, suggesting this wasn't a sellout. So, all of a sudden, Chavo Guerrero goes to the spanking sequence on Juvi. What? Are you fucking serious? That's just hella sus. Just as hella sus as what happened at the 2004 No Way Out pay-per-view match between Kurt Angle and The Big Show. Yeah, alongside with John Cena. But damn! Yeah, nobody needs to see that shit. Okay, so Juvi takes advantage with the roll-up for 2. Chavo outside and Juvi hits a slingshot leg drop to the floor. Yeah, Mark Madden is irritating the hell out of the audience. Yeah, I could tell, Bob Calling Jr. I could tell. Major Guns distracts Juvi, thus resulting in him being crotched. Juvi blocks a tornado DDT, but Chavo hits a sit-out front suplex for 2. Ah, shut the fuck up, Mark Madden! Shut the fuck up! His constant use of the term juicer weight is really grating on my nerves. Juvi driver, but Chavo gets his foot on the ropes. Tornado DDT, and Chavo gets his belt back. Yeah, decent cruiserweight match, but what was up with the booking? You know what, I am not gonna bother with any of the backstage intermissions or nothing like that. Just straight the fucking match, because it's just ass. Alright, the hardcore title, Big Vito versus who? This was meant to be a match with Terry Funk, but unfortunately, he's injured or he hates the company. I'll tell you why he didn't show up. Because he was at XPW at the time. The mystery opponent is Screaming Norman Smiley with Ralphus. Yeah, Ralphus, whom used to be Chris Jericho's escort at the time. Or the security. Okay, Vito challenges both men into a handicap match. Ralphus gets a beating with the kendo stick, backstage straight away, and then they use the plunger. The Big Wiggle. A Big Wiggle? Damn! Vito traps Smiley in the elevator. Ralphus runs or rather, quote-unquote, runs back to the ring where Vito catches up with him. Vito breaks a table setting it up with, but still manages to splash Ralphus through, and it's over at 5 minutes and 55 seconds. Slightly amusing, but ultimately not worthy being on a pay-per-view. Yeah, I see better hardcore matches in the WWE, especially on ECW. Yeah, okay, now the next one is Daphne versus Stacy fucking Keibler at a wedding gown match. So, they're fighting over David Flair for some odd reason. This is about as good as you think. The referee and David Flair both lose their trousers. They all start running around like a bunch of jackasses, and this is like watching a bad 20s silent comedy. Crowbar runs into Batter Flair. Tony Schiavone thinks that this is pretty funny. I think this sucks. Gourd Buster on the trouserless Flair. Stacy fucking Keibler strips. Doesn't she lose that way? For billing, this is a match. Everyone has a cake fight post-match, and this has no place on a wrestling pay-per-view. It's embarrassing that WCW got reduced to this slapsticky shit. It's just like watching a bad soap opera. Or rather, watching Pulp Fiction if that sucked dick. Alright, the tag titles, Chuck Palumbo and Sean Stasiak. Yeah, the fucking champions versus the challengers, Chronic. So Tony refers to Palumbo as Palumbi or Palumbi. Yep, he definitely didn't care by this point. This is predictably horrible. Adams press slams Stasiak onto Palumbo onto the floor, and stalling, Chronic aren't selling, like, that's a shock. Palumbo takes a full Nelson slam for 2. Low bridge on Adams that Adams takes, while to actually sell that as he struggles with falling over a fucking rope. Yeah, that's a tricky one, dumbass. Palumbo takes advantage of the fallen Adams with the chair shot, and Sean Stasiak covers for 2. The now isolated Brian Adams takes a beating in a standard unconvincing fashion. After that, high times on Palumbo, top rope clothesline powerbomb combo from Chronic, saves his match from negative stars, and gets the win and the tag titles. Yeah, this is a fucking dud. If it weren't for the finish, this piece of shit would have been in the minus stars easily. Okay, Booker T versus Positively Canyon. Canyon is the midst of this DDP gimmick, and he even comes out to DDP's music. Crowd is hot for Booker T and chant his name. Booker sidekicks Canyon's fake-ass hair off, or rather his fake-ass toupee off. Dropkick scores for Booker and a clothesline. Booker checks Canyon's book, which has a brick in it. Oh my fucking god, a brick? Top rope clotheslines gets 2, Canyon takes over, and we go outside when Canyon uses the ring steps. Booker takes a shot in the shoulder, then a drop kick in the lower back, and Canyon attacks. The subsequent taunts remind me of bad guys in fight movies. Okay, Booker kicks out of course, because there was no brick in there anymore. Spin-a-Rooney, Harlem sidekick. This is great psychology. Scissors kick, bookend kicks 2, Jeff Jarrett runs out and guitars shots Booker T. The Canyon Cutter, it's over. Ah, damn it! Jeff Jarrett had to fuck it up by committing outside interference. Yeah, I guess we could choke on that, slap nuts. Jeff Jarrett thinks this is funny to call us slap nuts after we choke on that, huh? Well, guess what? JEFFJARRET can slap these nuts out of his chances from getting that fucking title if he's gonna think that he'll get it back in his possession. Okay, the U.S. title. The champion Scott Steiner with Medeja versus the Fat Chick Thriller and ECW legend Mike Awesome. Okay, Scott jumps ahead of the bell, but gets back dropped into the fans. Mike dives over the rail and they brawl out into the masses. On the way back, Mike gets brained with a chair shot. Okay, a chair shot to the boot, and there are no still signs of any DQs out there. Yeah, I believe that the referee is either out of sight, or he's just distracted by Medeja. So, whatever. Steiner blocks a suplex and hits one of his own. The loaded belly, and Mike Awesome nearly lands on his head. Ernest the Cat Miller gets on the mic and tells Scott that he can't use the Steiner recliner because the move is banned. Mike Awesome recovers and hits an Alabama slam for 2, frog splash, and Mike Awesome bomb is blocked. The referee is bumped, and also the White Thunder belly to belly, and Ernest the Cat Miller tells Scott that he'll be stripped of the title if he uses the Steiner recliner. So Scott Steiner hooks it anyway and is promptly disqualified. Boo, that movie sucks. So WCW Commissioner Ernest the Cat Miller stripped Scott Steiner of the WCW United States Championship. So that sucks. And Vampiro versus the Demon. Yeah, I do not know what's going on with this. This graveyard match, and the most backwards, stupid thing WCW put out to under Vince Russo, and that's saying something. This is Undertaker stuff from the early 90s level, except this is 2000 and no one buys it anymore. So, I'm not gonna bother saying that shit. Alright, Shane Douglas versus Buff Bagwell. Buff starts out fast and hits a drop kick. They go outside where the franchise goes low and exposes the concrete floor. A pile driver on an exposed floor is avoided. Back inside, and Buff hits a swing neck breaker. Buff gets crushed. However, the franchise goes to work on Buff's neck with a rolling neck slap. And comes out Tori Wilson to bitch slap the franchise, and Buff gets a roll up for 2. Second rope splash gets 2. Tori comes into the ring and kisses Buff, but then low blows him. Huh? Pittsburgh Plunge gets 2. Well, fuck you. He goes for the blockbuster, but the franchise gets up in time and hits the bareback for 3. What the fuck? Were they watching a Danny Doring match before going out there or something? Wow. You know what, that's fucked up. Alright, the WCW title. Jeff Jarrett, the champion, versus Hulk Hogan, the challenger. Vince Russo comes out during the introductions. I did try and ask Jeff Jarrett what the hell happened here, but he refused to the interview. So Jeff just lies down and Vince Russo tells Hulk Hogan to cover him. Well, ain't this a bitch? The announcers talk about deviating from the script. It's a shoot, brother. Hogan calls the situation bullshit and covers Jeff Jarrett with 1 boot for the win. I don't know what else to say about that. Scott Hall's career is on the line between Big Sexy Kevin Nash and that badass Goldberg. So does Goldberg's music remind of anyone else of the theme music to 24? And Nash does the whole match on autopilot. Is there any lazier wrestler in the business? Goldberg hits a suplex and jaws with the fans, but Big Sexy comes back with a chokeslam for 2. And out comes Scott Steiner to watch Big Sexy's back. Scott uses Scott Hall's contract as motivation for Kevin Nash. Hang in there, isn't Steiner a heel? Vince Russo booking at its finest, ladies and gents. Nash hits a sidewalk slam. Goldberg tries for a spear, but that's dodged. And Steiner runs to beat Nash down. What? Steiner, a heel turns heel? Swerve. Spear, jackhammer, goodbye Scott Hall. Well, yeah, Big Sexy gets hooked in the Steiner recliner, and this isn't popular at all. So because of that shit, Scott Hall has been terminated. Yeah, his contract has been terminated. In other words, Goldberg has torn Scott Hall's contract into pieces. The WCW title match. The champion Jeff Jarrett versus Booker T, the challenger. One thing Russo did do was promote new guys into the main events. First, Bret the Hitman Hart, and then Chris fucking Benoit. Now these guys. Now they worked a match sequence. In your face, Hogan. Mark Madden calls Hogan scum. Oh, how mature of Mark Madden calling Hulk Hogan names. Ever get the feeling most of WCW was happy they made an example of Hogan? Near misses into a Booker dropkick. The Harlem sidekick and Jarrett gets sent outside. And to the fans, crowd fighting. Wow, how original. That kills a few minutes. Booker T takes a chair shot as they steal directly from Mike Awesome and Steiner match. Booker takes a pile driver on the announce table. Ouch. Back in the ring now, and Jeff Jarrett works a sleeper. Booker T fights out and puts his own one on. Jeff Jarrett gets out with a shin breaker. Figure 4 is countered into a roll-up for 2. A second figure 4 strapped on. Booker turns it over and Jeff Jarrett gets to the ropes. Jeff carries on with a working knee though. He misses the Brett sit-down from the ropes and Booker hits a scissors kick. The Spinneroonie and the Spinebuster gets 2. Crowd is going nuts, by the way. Sidekick for Booker only connects with ropes. The referee's bumped and Jeff Jarrett goes for a belt shot. That misses and Booker connects with his own belt shot for 2. Jeff goes low and brings in a chair. That's set up in a corner, like Kenya did earlier and it backfires. Like earlier. Booker gets 2 off the chair and Jeff Jarrett gives ref the stroke because he's pissed off. He goes for the rope guitar shot but lands in the bookend. A new referee runs and it's over. Well, just about good enough to justify them doing it and send Hogan packing. Crowd goes batshit. It doesn't score higher because they used a lot of rest holds and lots of plunder. Booker T winning was the WCW equivalent of Mick Foley winning the WWE title. So the good decision, but with Russo booking, you know they blow it. Take Booker T off the show and we'd have a fuck or lower. Is it worth watching at least once? Well, I've done that. Yeah, for the Vince Russo promo. It's only a contribution to wrestling of any significance, so it's nice to see. Major problem for WCW is it came years later than it needed in order to save the company. Many have simply blamed Vince Russo for not being able to use the talent he started with. That's also true. In the ring, only Booker T matches are worth watching. The other 8 matches all suck dick. They all suck fucking dick! You want to know what's the biggest kick in the fucking balls? There's a controversy. Prior to the event going on the air, there was a backstage dispute between Hollywood Hulk Hogan and head of WCW Creative, Vince Russo. Hulk Hogan wanted to win the WCW World Heavyweight Championship in his match against Jeff Jarrett and leave the pay-per-view as champion. But no! Vince wanted to have Jeff Jarrett retain it and later lose it to Booker T that same night. So Vince told Hulk that he was going to have Jeff Jarrett lie down for him to work a real conflict, although Jeff was not told it was a work. When the bell rang, Jeff laid down in the middle of the ring while Vince threw the WCW World title belt into the ring and yelled Hulk Hogan from ringside to pin Jarrett. A visibly confused Hogan complied, placing a foot on Jarrett's chest after getting on the microphone and telling Vince Russo, "Is this your idea, Russo? That's why this company is a damn shape it's in, because of bullshit like this." After winning and being announced as the new WCW World Heavyweight Champion, Hulk Hogan immediately took the WCW World Heavyweight Championship belt. Moments later, Vince Russo returned to the ring, angrily proclaiming this would be the last time fans would ever see that piece of shit in the WCW arena ever again. So, Hulk Hogan claims the shoot promo from Vince was cut without his permission. And that Hulk Hogan became legitimately angry with Vince and had left WCW following the incident. This led Hulk Hogan filing the defamation of character lawsuit against Vince Russo and WCW's parent company, Turner and Time Warner. The incident surrounding Bash at the Beach became a subject to a Season 4 episode of Dark Side of the Ring. So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, the Bash at the Beach pay-per-view series has ended with a 2000 pay-per-view itself. Wow. Talk about ending the series with the worst reception out of every wrestling fans. It's just as bad as WWE Survivor Series 1994 and ECW December to December 2006. So I consider Bash at the Beach 2000 a black sheep of a fucking series. You'd be better off watching pay-per-views from July like WWE's Fully Loaded and Vengeance, ECW's Heatwave, and, well, of course, WCW Beach Splash or Bash at the Beach. But not the one from July 9th, 2000, since Vince Russo fucking ruined that event for Hollywood Hulk Hogan and the Hulkamaniacs. Yeah, I've watched this pay-per-view once, and I sure as hell am never going to fucking watch this piece of shit ever again. Because this event is just utter trash. January 7th was the worst day in the year of 2026. Why? Because Renee Goo was a 37-year-old American woman who was fatally shot in Minneapolis, Minnesota by a United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent Jonathan Ross. But what the fuck was this guy thinking? I just don't understand why did Jonathan Ross do that. At this point, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or rather ICE, are just abusing their authorities. I just don't understand what the fuck's going on with this shit. Anyways, let's just get on with this worst day of all time in the year of 2026 that just happened on that fucking day. Okay, as part of Donald Trump's administration sweeping deportation efforts, during his second presidency, ICE agents have been increasingly involved in violent confrontations with migrants and U.S. citizens as part of the agency's shift to more aggressive immigration enforcement. On January 6th, DHS announced what it called the largest immigration enforcement operation ever carried out, sending 2,000 agents to the Minneapolis-St. Paul metropolitan area. The surge included Homeland Security investigations officers focused on suspected fraud. St. Paul City Council member Molly Coleman described the first day of the action as unlike any other day we've experienced. An eyewitness to the shooting said, "People in our neighborhood have been terrorized by ICE for 6 weeks." So Renee Goo's killing was the 9th time in 5 states in Washington, D.C. that ICE agents had opened fire on people since September of 2025. Oh my fucking god. This is not good. At least 4 people have died during federal deportation operations since the enforcement surge began in 2025. 4 people have died during federal deportation operations? Dude, what the hell's going on? Okay, so Renee Goo was born on April 2nd, 1988. And so she was a U.S. citizen. And she was a writer and poet who lived in Minneapolis with her partner and a 6-year-old child from her second marriage. Originally from Colorado Springs, Colorado, she graduated with a degree in English from Old Dominion University. According to a neighbor, Renee Goo had previously lived in Kansas City, Missouri before relocating to Canada along with her partner and family following Donald Trump's victory in the 2024 U.S. presidential election. Later, she moved to Minneapolis. Renee had been married twice. She and her first husband were married from 2009 through 2016 and had 2 children. She and her second husband had a single child. Unfortunately, he died in 2023 at the age of 36. Well, that's not good. And then Jonathan Ross. Federal officials declined to identify the shooter, but the day after the shooting, the Minnesota Star-Tribune identified the ICE agent as Jonathan Ross through court records. So Jonathan Ross has been married twice. His first marriage began shortly before his deployment to Iraq and ended in a divorce filed before he returned from deployment. He remarried in 2015. So Jonathan Ross graduated in 2007 with a degree in business administration from Anderson University. Jonathan served in the Indiana National Guard from 2002 through 2008 and was a machine gunner in the Iraq War from 2004 to 2005. He worked for the U.S. Border Patrol from 2007 through 2015, and court documents listed his start date with ICE as 2016. He was in the Enforcement and Removal Operations Unit of ICE at the time of the shooting. So Jonathan testified in December that he was a firearms instructor, an active shooter instructor, a field intelligence officer, and a member of the SWAT team, the St. Paul Special Response Team. Well, what the fuck kind of SWAT was that when they... No, let's go. Let's just keep going. On June 17th, 2025, Jonathan was injured during a traffic stop in Bloomington, Minnesota, while trying to arrest someone inside a car. Jonathan broke a window and reached in to unlock the door. The driver then accelerated, dragging the agent some 50 yards. The incident was mentioned by DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and the Vice President J.D. Vance in press briefings after Jonathan shot Renee Goo. Okay, the incident was that Jonathan shot Renee in Portland Avenue between East 33rd and 34th Streets in the central of the neighborhood of Minneapolis, a few blocks from Renee's home. Well, before engaging, Secretary Noem said that several ICE officers were traveling to their headquarters when their vehicle became stuck in snow, and they called for help. Neighbors in the area were standing guard, watching for ICE activity as students were being dropped off at a dual-language elementary school around the corner. And one resident said Noem claimed, without evidence, that Renee had been stalking an impending ICE all day. What? Okay, I don't know if that's true or not. Several Minnesota state officials, including Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison and United States Representative Ilhan Omar, said that Renee was acting as a legal observer of ICE's activities at the time of the incident. So, Renee's mother and ex-husband said that they did not believe she had previously taken part in protests against ICE activities. The latter said she was not an activist. According to Renee's ex-husband, she had just dropped her son off at school, around 7 minutes away by car, and was on her way home when they came upon a group of ICE agents. Alright, the pre-shooting at 9:35 in the morning Central Standard Time, Renee's Honda Pilot SUV was stopped sideways leftward on a one-way Portland Avenue. Jonathan drove his SUV around, stepped ahead of her, and began recording the video. Jonathan walked toward and around Renee Goo's SUV with his face covered while recording her and her rear license plate. So Renee told him, "That's fine, dude, I'm not mad at you." Okay, so what's next? At 9:36, a minute later, Renee's partner Becca stood behind their SUV, also recording on her cell phone, and said, "Show your face. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. This will be the same plate when you come talk to us later." "That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran." Alright. So Renee drove her SUV slightly forward at 9:36. 7 seconds later, shit. A Ford Explorer entered Portland Avenue, so Renee waved, apparently to indicate that the Ford should pass in front of the SUV, which it did, along with other vehicle. Meanwhile, Jonathan returned to the right side of Renee's SUV and switched his phone from his right hand to his left hand, while Becca said, "You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy." God damn it. Yeah, fuck you, Jonathan Ross. As Good continued waving, Renee Good continued waving, a Nissan Titan stopped at the left side of her SUV, and two more ICE agents stepped out. An eyewitness said ICE agents gave conflicting orders, with one telling Renee to drive away while another shouted at her to get out of the SUV. Okay, and then the ICE agents from the Nissan pickup approached Renee's SUV as one of them repeatedly ordered her to get out of the fucking car. So Renee remained in her vehicle and put the transmission into reverse. A number of events then occurred near simultaneously. One of the ICE agents who approached her placed his hands on the driver's door handle and open window of Good's vehicle. Becca attempted to open the front passenger door, and Renee drove a few feet in reverse. Jonathan walked to the front left of Renee's vehicle. The agent at the driver's door reached through the open window, and Becca shouted, "Drive, baby, drive!" Renee began to drive forward while turning the steering wheel to the right and away from Jonathan, the correct direction of traffic on the one-way street. Keeping his phone in his left hand, Jonathan drew his gun, leaned forward, and fired 3 shots at Renee Good in the departing SUV in under 1 second, all hitting her, and remained upright on the left of the SUV as it passed. According to separate video analysis, the New York Times and ABC News, oh my fucking god. Jonathan Ross fired the first shot at the SUV's windshield and the second and third shots through the driver's side window. So after the shooting, the SUV continued down the street until it crashed into a parked car and light pole. As it did, so the recording made by Jonathan captured a male voice saying, "Fucking bitch." Oh my god, how the fuck could Jonathan Ross do that to Renee Good and call her a fucking bitch? That is the sign of abusing your fucking authority. According to voice and video analysis by New York Times, it was Ross speaking. Ross approached the crashed SUV and returned to his colleagues and told the other agents to call 911 and remained on scene for more than a minute. A nearby resident said that after he heard Renee's SUV smash, he went outside and saw Becca Good covered in blood and sitting in front of the building crying, "You guys just killed my wife." Yeah, I feel your fucking pain, Becca, and I'm very sorry for the loss of your partner. I just cannot believe that Jonathan Ross did that shit! He's a fucking cold-blooded killer! The ICE agents blocked a bystander who attempted to provide medical care. Shit. The bystander asked the agents, "Can I check a pulse?" An agent replied, "No, back up now." The bystander said, "I'm a physician." And the agent replied, "I don't care." Oh, great. So what is Jonathan Ross trying to do? Is he trying to act like some kind of badass? And don't give a shit about nothing but himself? Another agent said EMS was on the way, and another said they had their own medics on scene. A woman asked, "Where are they?" The New York Times reported in their analysis of a video of the incident that after the shootings that several agents, including the agent who opened fire, got in their vehicles and drove off, apparently alerting the active crime scene. Okay, 6 minutes after the shot was fired, EMS and firefighters arrived, began moving Renee from her vehicle, and attempted to render aid. The New York Times obtained records showing Renee had an irregular pulse when the emergency workers arrived, and a short time later, no pulse. Oh no, no pulse? So Renee had 4 gunshot wounds, 2 in the chest, 1 in the forearm, and 1 in the head. Oh no, not the fucking head! That is an instant death type shit! Not in the head, you gotta be... Oh my god. Her pupils were dilated and blood was pouring from her ear. By 9:45, Renee was carried to Portland Avenue and 34th Street, where she began receiving CPR. 8 minutes after being shot, and 7 minutes later around 9:52, Renee was placed into an ambulance. She was taken to Hennepin County Medical Center, where she was pronounced dead. Oh my god, dead on arrival? This is fucking... Oh my god. How could Jonathan Ross do this? Is this how you protect and serve any cities of the country? Not by shooting people. What the fuck? So Renee's dog in the back seat was unharmed. So Renee's family commissioned an independent autopsy and found that she suffered a graze wound and separate gunshot wounds to her left forearm and the right breast, which would not have been immediately life-threatening. And that a temple would indicate that a bullet had gone through her head and likely killed her. So at this point, fuck ICE. ICE continued conducting operations in Minneapolis, extending south into neighboring Richfield, Romanucci, and Blandon. The same firm who represented George Floyd's family after his murder was hired to represent Renee Good's family and estate. In a statement, the firm said that Renee's family does not want to be used as a political pawn, but rather as an agent of peace for all. And so on January 8th, the head of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension disclosed that the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or rather the FBI for short, had revoked their access to evidence of the shooting, reversing an earlier agreement that a joint investigation would be undertaken by the two agencies. Minnesota's Public Safety Commissioner said it would be extremely difficult, if not possible, for local investigation to continue without cooperation from the federal government. Minneapolis Chief County Prosecutor Mary Moriarty said her office was exploring all options to ensure a state-level investigation could continue. On January 9th, she and Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison asked residents to submit, per the Wall Street Journal, videos and photos and eyewitness accounts of the shooting and events leading up to it. The official said it was too early to tell if enough evidence could be gathered to decide whether to charge the shooter. Well, if they're gonna charge Jonathan Ross, the fucking better! ICE policy requires agents to wear active body cameras to record enforcement and interactions for review in serious incidents. The Times reported on January 9th that the ICE agents at the scene were equipped with body-worn cameras, but that footage had not been yet released to the public. NPR News reported on January 8th that it was not known whether or not Jonathan had been wearing one. The Associated Press reported on January 9th that DHS has not responded to questions about whether the officer who opened fire or any of the others who were on the scene were wearing body cameras. Oh my God. So as a result, Minneapolis Public Schools canceled class for the remainder of this week, citing safety concerns after the shooting and ICE's use of pepper spray and pepper balls against students, allegedly for interfering with an arrest at Roosevelt High School. Faculty at the high school said that armed ICE officers had handcuffed 2 members of the staff. On January 9th, MPS announced it would offer the option remote learning until February 12th. On January 10th, 3 Minnesota congressional Democrats, Angie Craig, Kelly Morrison, and Ilan Omar were blocked from overseeing an ICE facility near Minneapolis. According to an attorney for congressional Democrats, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem had on January 8th reinstated a 7-day waiting period for congressional oversight of immigration detention facilities, restoring a policy which had been ordered blocked for a review by a judge in December. The attorneys asked the judge for an emergency hearing on whether the restored policy violated her order. An online fundraiser campaign started by Renee's family was closed on January 9th after reaching more than $1.5 million in donations. The family stated that the money would be placed in the trust fund for the family. In response, a fundraising campaign in support of the shooter was established by Clyde Emmons of Mount Forest, Michigan. As of January 12th, this campaign raised $375,000. Yet another online fundraiser for Jonathan Ross, this time with a target of $200,000, initially said the shooting was the direct result of an anti-American traitors like Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, whom is Jewish, fanning the flames of resistance. Okay, back to January 8th, where a crowd of people barricaded the street in Minneapolis where Renee was killed to hold a vigil in her memory. City workers removed the barricade shortly after, but preserved a memorial established. More protests occurred elsewhere, including in Buffalo, New York, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and Durham, North Carolina, Kansas City, Missouri, and Los Angeles, California. Over 1,000 protests under the banner ICE Out for Good were planned for the following weekend, with an estimated tens of thousands marching in Minneapolis on January 10th. By January 11th, city officials said 30 people were arrested at weekend protests. 1 police officer sustained minor injuries. And on January 23rd, an ICE Out of Minnesota citywide protest, originally imagined as a general strike against ICE presence and violence, was held. Alright, a poll conducted by YouGov and The Economist of 1,722 adult U.S. citizens between January 16th and 19th projected that 29% of Americans say that Renee posed a threat to the agents, and that 66% say the shooter should be investigated, and 53% say that ICE behaved unprofessionally during the encounter. Well, I agree with what people said when it comes to 53% of people saying that ICE behaved unprofessionally during the encounter. Yeah, that's just fucking terrible. What Jonathan Ross did to Renee Goo and her family were fucking terrible. January 7th, 2026 was the worst day of that year in my fucking life, that it's on par with the assassination of Charlie fucking Kirk. Yeah, Renee Goo and Charlie Kirk do not deserve that type of bullshit. And I'll be damned if someone is gonna go ahead and decide to celebrate Renee Goo's death, because this is fucking bullshit!
How could ICE do this? Why would a vicious monster of a police officer do this to Renee Goo? She had a family, and Jonathan Ross could give a fuck less about all that? talk about having no remorse for her whatsoever.
Doesn't that ICE employee Jonathan Ross have a heart? He sure may have one, but what he did to Renee Goo was heartless, immoral, and everyone went apeshit by starting an angry mob. Jonathan Ross should be fired and locked up for taking away Renee's life. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. God damn it! First it was Tyler Robinson who killed Charlie Kirk, and now Jonathan Ross killed Renee Goo. Those two killers made me sick. So fucking sick that I think I've lost my entire appetite and won't eat until later.
That heartless man has embarrassed the entire ICE and police department systems in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Just what the hell was he thinking, firing shots at this defenseless woman for no rhyme or reason? Who I tell you who?
He has got the ICE system making a Minneapolis eco-friendly environments look like a war zone. Jonathan Ross makes my stomach turn and should be locked up for taking Renee Goo's life away. We don't feel safe with this power-abusing maniac. Just what was he thinking? Demanding Renee Goo to exit her vehicle, not the way Jonathan Ross did. It's not. You don't apprehend any criminal that involves killing them instantly.
What gives that murderer the right to forbid any doctors from coming to check on Renee Goo and her condition? Does he care about how much Renee's life is in danger? Obviously the fuck not, because he cannot deny any medical workers from checking to see whether someone's alive but wounded or someone's health is in critical condition.
So in conclusion, my fellow peeps, it is considered unlikely that ICE agent Jonathan Ross will face arrest regarding the Minneapolis shooting incident, as the investigation is being led by federal authorities. You know what? At this point, I just hope that Jonathan Ross will be locked up in jail, because he just gave ICE a very bad fucking name. In other words, fuck ICE. And that, my fellow peeps, concludes the entire 6th season of my Rant House show. And I am very sorry for both the losses of Charlie Kirk's family and Renee Goo's family, respectively. So, this 6th season is dedicated to them. So, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, and rest in peace, Renee Goo. Both of you will never be forgotten, and y'all may be gone, but you'll always be remembered for the rest of our lives. And as for you, my fellow peeps, I'd like to thank y'all for giving me requests on what to rant and other shit. So, I hope there will be no more shootings anymore after all that bullshit. So once again, fuck ICE. So until the next season arrives, this is Mason Velez signing off. Thank y'all for watching.